sister of ours. Let the birthing droplet in and create life. For us. For all the Albinorics. Thank you. I finally fulfilled my purpose. Oh, you know that I will join, and when then you may...
Hey!
What is up, feller? Not much. How's it going, Rusty? I feel like I've grouped with this guy before. Either that or lots of people name their characters Death. Holy cow. I should probably memorize Comet. Actually, quite a good spell, it seems like. What happened to his health? He's like healed himself. I wonder how like Glintstone Comet Shard compares to what I normally use. Whoa, it's dead. You're having a Cyberpunk 2077 themed energy drink. Nice. I have some tea and some chocolate. Some tea and chocolate. I've decided to change these tentacles into the back. So they're just going to be even more legs. So this is going to be a hairstyle. Um, hmm. If this is going to be a hairstyle, I should make like different types of hair and then just like drag and drop them all over the place instead of doing Z spheres, I think. That's a good friend. Hmm. Trying to think here, like what would be a good arrangement? I guess I'll just sculpt them out. There isn't going to be like a lot of them compared to like hair cards. So it's okay if I like just sculpt every single one of them. Make sure that they're in the right place. One is lychee jasmine flavor, the other is bubblegum. Wow. You don't usually see a whole lot of bubblegum flavored stuff anymore. That's more of like a 80s to 90s thing. At least I don't. Maybe I just don't go to like our ice cream shops very often or candy stores very often. Bubblegum is like an artificial fruit flavor. But yeah, there are a lot of different kinds of bubble gum. We'll make these legs a bit thicker. We got some lag. A little bit of lag. Oof. It's like everything's dead? Possibly? That's pretty scary. Whoa. This could be a long one. Oh, he already killed Blythe. Ooh, that's not good. Whoa, Righteous is gonna die. Well. The Lake of Rot. Let's actually move these in. So I guess what this is like the what layer is this? I should like layer this. So let's duplicate this. This will be like layer 1. This layer 2 will be up here. Not exactly sure how this will go.
Xbox plan for. I want to talk about the Game Pass and growth.
Another Xbox video, because the situation over there just keeps getting crazier. So yes, this week we all obviously talked about
Oh my god.
the shutdown of Tango and Arcane Austin, the developers of Hi-Fi Rush
Holy
and Redfall,
cow.
respectively.
Yep.
I just choked on ice cube.
Forbes
Shut down
yeah, it is.
studios, especially that made Hi-Fi Rush seems
God, I
insane,
almost died.
but sort of reflects many larger problems with Xbox, of which there was a lot of reporting yesterday.
I almost got
about
PK'd
various
by
new
by
things,
Ice Cube.
related to this. There's currently a debate about whether or not to put Call of Duty on Game Pass. There's talk about what's going to happen with Hellblade 2, if that could be successful, quote unquote, but not good enough for Microsoft. They might put.
I don't think Hellblade 2, the Senua's Saga, is going to make money. There's no way it's going to make money. Like, think about Alan Wake had like 5 times more hype behind it, and even Alan Wake hasn't turned a profit yet.
What the fuck is
So
Alan
if
Wake? I
Alan
still don't
Wake
know what it
couldn't
is.
turn a profit, there's no way
Never heard of
Senua's
it
Saga
before.
is going to turn a profit. No, it was a mistake. Like, it's a financial
All I
mistake.
know is
It
it's
might
like
be
a
a
shooter
great
game.
game. It might be really fun, but I'm just not seeing anybody making money off of it, right? No one cares? Yeah. No one cares. That's basically it.
That on PlayStation to sell copies because it'll be on Game Pass.
They marketed the game with a screenshot? There's no way. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing a whole lot of that.
And all of these issues sort of come back to the same thing.
Everyone talks about Alan Wake,
And
but I
that
have no
is
idea
a lot
what
of
it is.
questions about Microsoft's Game Pass model, how games are allowed to perform there, and what it takes to be considered a success there. My problem with this is that we simply have no real frame of reference in terms of what Microsoft considers a success on Game Pass and what their plan is for the future. The Call of Duty question feels like
I don't think they really need to understand it. Like, I feel like Microsoft probably understands. Like, you think about it, this is a $3 trillion company. I mean, Microsoft has been foundational for software for like 40 years, 30 years. I'm sorry to say, but I think they know what the fuck they're doing. Like, let's be honest. The devs should get to know. Yeah, I bet they probably do.
Real kind of linchpin moment for this entire concept where
Yeah.
you've said the whole time all your exclusive games are going to be, day one Game Pass, so that should, in theory, include Call of Duty.
It would.
But in doing that, you give up billions of dollars in revenue over the long term for, forgoing those sales on a platform where Call of Duty is extremely popular. So you're kind of screwed either way. But I'm leaning toward the fact that I think they're going to triple down on Game Pass and put it there.
I think they should.
As one last lure to get people to sign up. What I don't understand is...
Yeah, I feel like it's probably a better investment to get people into the Game Pass ecosystem than have them buy one game. Because there's always going to be the people that are going to buy the game anyway. Like, they're going to go and just go to the store, oh, it's a new Call of Duty, I'm going to buy the game.
What the plan is for longer-term subscriber growth of Game Pass. Because we know it has slowed just absolutely exponentially compared to the big surges that we saw during the pandemic.
I don't think that you can expect to have the Game Pass continuously grow forever. Like, at a certain point, you're going to reach market saturation, where everybody that's going to buy Game Pass has already bought Game Pass or has chosen not to. Like, you can't... nothing can just keep getting bigger infinitely.
Everyone was home, everyone was
let's be
gaming
honest.
more. The value of Game Pass kept going up and up and up with all the stuff added. But at a certain point, you've just reached saturation.
I decided to remove hair. Yeah, I did.
There are really very few...
I also
well
decided to
left
remove the
to,
tentacles.
dig
These are going to
into
be
for
like
more
the...
subscribers, and I don't think
Just
Microsoft
like
has come out
the horns
with
on top.
coherent arguments, for Game Pass to continue to expand at this point, and why they should continue to just solely rely on Game Pass as sort of the future and put all their exclusives on their day one, and like why that is a good way to support the ecosystem.
I think that it's a really good way to do it, because I think that what Xbox is planning on doing in the future is integrating Game Pass into a cloud gaming business model. And I think that that's why they talk a lot about South American audiences and audiences that are in developing countries, because they can't access a lot of the games because of the PC requirements. So creating Game Pass creates a foundation of a customer base to like proactively capture the market whenever they're ready to actually distribute that like to the public. Because like you remember, like that's what I think what's her name, Sarah Bond, the president of Xbox said. I think that's what their real plan is, because that's the only thing that makes sense. And I think also, like, if you think about like how fast can data be transmitted theoretically, it can be transmitted so much faster than what the average human reaction speed is, that I think that cloud gaming is it's an inevitability. Now, we might not have the technology for it right now, but it is an inevitable. It's an inevitable reality, and it will happen sooner probably than later. Latency hasn't improved though. It will. It will eventually improve. Like really, like it's crazy how people like. Are we really going to assume that it's never going to change? Like when has that ever been true for tech? Never. It hasn't been true for anything. Only hardware bottlenecks are holding cloud gaming back, but it's improving fast. It is. And I think what's going to end up happening is that's why Microsoft is banking on this.
Again, I'm not arguing this is bad for players. Like, this is not, it's quote, player friendly, but obviously I think it is causing larger damage with the platform as a whole. And if your platform is damaged beyond repair, guess what? You don't really get to experience as many good games, or you see talented studios shut down, like we're seeing already in layoffs. The Game Pass ecosystem is heavily limited by Xbox console sales. That is very clear at this point, because what is there beyond Xbox console sales? There is PC, where games launch day and date on PC, and then in Game Pass Ultimate, you can get the...
Well, there's also Windows and people that are using Windows. Like, for example, you know how, like, Kick doesn't really make a lot of money, but Kick makes money through people that are using Stake? This is the same thing. is that this brings more people and keeps them inside of the Windows ecosystem. And it keeps Microsoft, like, if I were to assume, I bet like 95% of people use a Windows operating system. And every single different tool that Microsoft has that keeps people in that ecosystem prevents Mac OS, it prevents Linux, it prevents these other competing operating systems from even having a foothold at all. It's a loss leader, yeah. Because you think about it, like, how many people use Windows versus how many people are using Xbox? It's like a fraction.
These day one Xbox games on PC. Even still, if you are a dedicated PC gamer, you are probably gaming most of the time on Steam. That may or may not be enough for you to subscribe. Like, if you're a primarily PC gamer, are you going to be convinced necessarily to subscribe to Xbox Game Pass for Game Pass releases on PC? Maybe.
If you could get Game Pass on Steam, like, I'm subscribed to Game Pass because I'm a streamer and it doesn't matter, right? But if I was like a private individual, right, I was just a gamer, I would 100% subscribe to Game Pass if I could get it through Steam. If I could access Game Pass's library and Game Pass's like tools and games through Steam, that would be amazing.
But
that'd be crazy good.
You know, I think there's a relatively small pool of harder core PC gamers that are also
Game Pass as like a Steam app, basically, yeah.
For Xbox Game Pass, and I do not think that is a segment that is growing.
And I think also, like, a lot of gamers, there's like a general fatigue, like launcher fatigue. Not everybody wants to have like 7 different launchers for things. That's the way that I feel about it. I don't want to have 10 different launchers to play a video game.
Another segment that Microsoft is really, really, you know, nuts to go after is this idea that people who do not own consoles will want to subscribe to Xbox Game Pass so they can play through other devices through cloud streaming. This is, you know, playing on your tablet, playing on your smart TV, like all these other places you can play Xbox games without needing a console. Problem is, cloud gaming is a really, really niche market, and it is really slowly expanding over time. It is a tiny...
I don't think that's really the reason why they're doing it. I think the reason why they're doing it is because there are a lot of games that are made to play on a tablet, and also there's PC games. Like, how many of you guys are PC gamers and you have Game Pass? Like, in the chat. Like, you don't own an Xbox, but you just have a PC. Yeah. There's plenty of people that have it. It makes sense, right? Because it's a, fuck no, I'm not retarded. Yeah, there you go. But there are some people that are, and then they have it. Too many services, so not me. Yeah, I get it. Right? Too many subscriptions. True. Very true. But a lot of people do have Game Pass, and there's a good reason for that. It's the best deal in gaming. Yeah, I would say it's probably one of the best deals for sure. I don't think that being able to play the games on the other devices is really... I don't think it's connected directly to cloud gaming yet, because there's a lot of games on Game Pass that you can play on a tablet with no problem. There's a lot of games you can play on a PC, obviously, with no problem, or even a phone.
Part of the market, as Microsoft itself said in its court cases where there were concerns about having a cloud streaming monopoly, but they're like, it's barely a part of the business, it's fine, it doesn't matter. But like, that is something that they believe is going to be part of the future. But I have not seen the tech, you know, evolve to a point where that feels necessary. But even conceptually, I don't...
So I can talk from like my experience. So we use a program, it's called Parsec. And Parsec is basically a remote gameplay device where like I'm playing a video game off of another computer. It's effectively cloud gaming. And I tried it out a number of times. Actually, you know what? Every single episode of Pixel Pitch that I do, every video game I play through Parsec. I actually don't have any of those games installed onto my PC personally. It's all through Parsec and through another PC. And I'm able to play those games and do them remotely with almost no issue at all. And this is, by the way, it's a Pecky's W, right? The production for OTK is fucking insane. They figured all of this shit out for me. So yeah, everything that you guys see me play and do on the screen, there is input lag, right? But it's like so minimal that it's almost not even existent. It is insane. It's not useful for games though, but I'm talking about playing games. I'm talking about me playing video games. Like that's what I mean.
That's probably why it doesn't like
Parsec is, yeah,
games
it's
like
very
Elden
good.
Ring,
Microsoft is looking forward to this. They know the tech
Like, that's
limitations are
probably why he
temporary,
finds
but they're setting up
games
the
like Elden Ring
infrastructure as well
stressful.
as molding the masses to accept it and have it in place. Exactly, yeah. I think that's what they're doing.
Like, this makes a lot of sense because, like, the games you have on Xbox Game Pass, granted, it's a wide range of games, but you're asking people to pay, you know, what is it, 100, 140, 160, I don't even know what it is now. It's a lot for access to all of these games, the vast majority of which are, like, really traditional.
Well, this is a yearly thing, right? How much is Game Pass a month? Because I bet a lot of people probably just subscribe to Game Pass for like 2 months or 3 months. Like, that's probably what they do.
Core video games.
And the reason why I say that is because there's even a term for it in terms of like subscriptions, like you know, what do you call it? Like Hulu, Peacock, Netflix, etc. Like, there's even a term for people that are doing that. That's how common it is. So to assume that people don't do that with a gaming subscription service, I feel like you can't really argue that.
really into traditional core video games
Churn?
probably own an Xbox or a PlayStation or a PC already. I don't think there is this giant untapped market of gamers that would be, you know, really into these games. Would they just not have to spend $300, $400, $500 on a console?
There are actually, but the audiences aren't in America. South America, because like now obviously that I do game publishing, I know a little bit more about this. There is such a tremendous, massive market in developing countries, and particularly South America, and also India is another really big place. And obviously Asia, China, Africa exists. Africa, like, I don't even know if Africa is there yet, but I know that India and a lot of places in South America, and even some places in China, there is a massive, tremendous
What does he mean,
market,
like some
and
places in China?
person
China
for
is
person,
not
it
a third world
outnumbers the
country.
U.S. market by like 2 or 3 to 1 in terms of like how much these people play games and how much money they probably would spend if they could. Yeah, Brazil plays a lot, exactly.
Instead, I think at best you are going to end up with people that don't buy an Xbox, and instead of buying an Xbox, they just do Game Pass and cloud gaming, which cuts into your Xbox sales.
Which
And
is fine because Xbox is a loss leader. Almost all consoles are made at a loss. Or like they're not making a huge amount of money on Xbox. Like they're making the money off of getting people into the ecosystem by having them buy the Xbox. Not anymore. Xbox does not lose money anymore. Well, we'll see what happens.
Speaking of Xbox sales, we know that they've stopped reporting these numbers like forever at this point because they were so far behind their competition. It was just sort of embarrassing every time they reported them.
Yeah.
And they
Sony
say they
completely
don't care
blows
as
them out.
much. They just want, you know, gaming revenue. They want Game Pass numbers and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's the same as like, well, Sony's like PlayStation Plus is probably I bet Sony, if I were to assume, I bet there are probably 10 times as many Game Pass users than Sony PlayStation Plus users. So like, is Microsoft really losing with gaming whenever they're 10xing like that? Like, no. Let's look it up right now. All right, we're gonna look at PS Plus subscribers. So we'll go ahead. We're gonna pull this up. And this is how many subscribers does it have?
Ugh.
March 2023, it has 47 million subscribers. It's PS Plus Extra? Oh, okay. $6.1. Okay, so this gives you all the data right here. This shows everything. There's 3 tiers. So we'll go ahead and look at Soft Game Pass subscriber numbers. 34 million. So there's 3 tiers, yeah. So if there's 33 million, is this equivalent to the 33 for PlayStation Plus, or is it equivalent to the 8 for PlayStation Plus, or the 6.1? It's 6 plus 8. It's added up. Okay, so it's not like you choose extra or premium. It's not like extra is premium and then more stuff. PS Plus is necessary for online. Yeah, no, I understand that. Premium has extra included. So then logically, it would be 8, right? No, both? Okay, well, either way. No matter how... Okay, so I feel like
Okay,
I
it's
don't
time to
want to figure
introduce
this out
some
anymore
asymmetry,
because
I
I
think.
don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm getting too many different people giving me different data. right? So like I can't judge what people are saying, and I don't know this myself, and I don't trust chat to explain it to me. So either way though, either if it's 6, if it's 8, if it's 6 plus 8, it doesn't matter. It's still way less than Game Pass. So yeah. It's not 10x though, to be fair. What I said originally was 10x, but it's not 10x. But it is substantially more.
But again, like the primary way you expand Game Pass is expanding consoles, because that is the primary way most people are going to want to subscribe. And if you're limiting your reach by like quote not caring about consoles, and you're fine with 30% declines over and over and over again with your hardware, because you're making the case that you don't need an Xbox, you can play on PC, you can play on your tablet, you don't even need, you don't even need Game Pass, you can just wait for the port to PlayStation, which just started, but like it is going to start ramping up and up with more and more games. And they've just been selling the idea that you don't need an Xbox, even though I would argue the Xbox is the primary point which these subscriptions are generated. So
it's very hard for me to say if that's true or not, and I feel like obviously it might be the case now, but I think that as more and more people, like, I can't see consoles continuing to be more popular. I think consoles are going to decline in popularity, and I think they already are, because you're seeing so many other devices that are coming out that are cheaper than consoles, or also double as a console. Like, for example, we don't have Game Boys anymore because everybody has a phone, and I think that's where console sales are really losing. Yeah, mobile and handheld is going to completely take over.
Feels like they just have so few cards left to play. I think one of those cards is Call of Duty, because Call of Duty is a big enough game, big enough series where if you say, okay, if you subscribe to Game Pass, you are going to get the new Call of Duty every year for free, quote unquote, even though the total cost of Game Pass is obviously more than a yearly Call of Duty game. That could be a draw for some players that may not otherwise be subscribed yet, that could convert.
Well, and this is also a big component, is that, like, if you're broke, you know this.
It is kind of boring. Let's listen to something else. So I tried Diablo 4 Loot Reborn. Let's go see. What is his opinion on
So,
Diablo
there has
4
been a
Loot
new
Reborn?
season of Diablo 4. Many people have said that the game is saved. It's finally good again. Blizzard started listening. You thought it wasn't going to happen. No, it will. This is Blizzard, and you have to keep this in mind, guys. This is Blizzard's last chance for Diablo 4, okay? This is their 4th last chance. Well, 5th if you include the game. Until their last chance next season. It's getting pretty tight, guys. It's make it or break it now. Now, what are we going to play this season? Well, I know what we're not going to play. We're not going to play this fat piece of shit over here. I think we play Necromancer. I've heard a lot of things good about Necromancer. They've completely redesigned everything. I think we big dick on Necromancer. Full fucking minion build. All the way. Necro's busted? Yeah, I think we do that. Because I love the idea of minions. Like, you guys might not know this, but, like, in PoE, I've made so many Necromancers. Like, I've done Soul Rest Necromancer. I've done the fucking animate artifact weapon. I've done the summon raging spirits. I've done skeletons. I've done zombies. I've done everything. I love it. The minions, yes, the fucking golems. I've done carrion golems, then normal golems. It's been a lot. We're doing Necromancer. And also, Necromancer is the one that looks the most like me. So we're going to go with that. All right, let's take a look at it. That's about right. Let's go ahead and customize from there. Okay, face variations. I think we're going to go with number 4. That's probably the most like me. Skin
I
tone.
did get some.
So we want to go for,
shit.
Let's see, pale skeleton. I think probably right about there. What do y'all think? Is that good? Yeah, decent enough. More pink. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go with this one, and then eye color. I'm gonna make his eyes. I'm gonna make his eyes like dark brown because that's like me. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, that's just about right. Perfect. Okay, next. And hairstyle. No, that's Skrillex. That just looks... no.
Wait, how long is this? He's playing through Diablo. Okay, now let's not listen to this. Another MMO cancelled. What is this? I think I've seen this before.
Airship Syndicate has recently come out with an announcement.
Wayfinder,
they will be
yeah.
restructuring the entire game
Is it?
from a live service into a single-player, peer-to-peer co-op game. I mean, that's kind of how
So
it
it's
was
not
already.
getting canceled.
In the
it's
Steam
getting
Community
restructured.
post, they state the changes, and that they will be abolishing the live service model and moving them into a single-player model and compensate founders by turning their pledge into a simple cosmetics currency. The founders over Discord are rightfully livid over this attempt of scam. The pricing of the packs range from $150, $90, and $150. We backed an MMO, and the developers are turning a 180 and delivering a single-player game instead. The packs offered features like multiple season passes in advance and currency to purchase in-game characters, as well as a plethora of cosmetics that only made sense for an MMO. Isn't this company like shutting down? No, their publisher dropped them. Wayfinder had one of the shittiest launches in the game history, with massive login queues of 30k players and straight up broken core gameplay mechanics. After the launch of the publisher, Digital Extremes pulled away from their deal, leaving Airship Syndicate
Oh yeah, it's this
to
game.
manage the live service on their own.
Too bad. It
You may
looked
think
kind of
it's
interesting.
fair
I
for a
thought.
small developer to roll back an MMO into a single-player game, and most of us agree. What we, the founders, want is a refund for Founders Packs, the things Airship promised us and are now taking away. We pledged to fund an MMO, expecting MMO-style games. Now our face is a single-player game.
Not a fan of the art style, but
As writing this team has refused all refund
Single, right?
attempts. Forgot to
I don't know.
mention, this is
Am I
completely
so-
wiping all player progression from the live service, going into the single-player model. So there's a full progress reset. Holy shit. I liked this game. I thought this game was fun, but the problem is that nobody else did, because there's 23 people playing the game. I think there was a dev in chat. The executive producer is in chat, wants to talk to you. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him right now.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Just reading the post. I saw that you had you'd messaged me about it, and seems pretty interesting. So
It's been
first,
a busy day.
yeah, it's been a big fucking day. I bet. Can you first like introduce yourself so everybody knows kind of like who you are, where you're coming from, etc.
Yeah, so my name is AJ. I'm the executive producer on Wayfinder. I've been on the game since day one, here in the studio with Airship Syndicate with everybody in Austin, just like you. So, well versed in everything that we've done before and everything that we're working towards. But I know there's probably a lot of questions from the community and a lot of people that are, some people are happy, some people are upset. And I'm here to answer any of those questions and talk about the unfortunate reality where we are and the necessity of the pivot we had to make and kind of the two choices we had, which was, hey, the game can be shut down forever, like a lot of MMOs that we've all played and love, or we can work towards making something that people have in their library and they can play at their leisure on their Steam Deck, on their PlayStation, on their Xbox. So whatever you want to talk about, I'm here to talk about it.
How the fuck did you get there? Like, what happened? So the game launched. There was like obviously the whole Wayfinder drama.
Can I
it was the
merge
servers
these
were
spheres
fucked,
together?
and I mean everybody knows it. That's the way it was.
no, you can't.
And how did you guys respond to that whenever it happened?
So obviously we had a partner when we launched this. It was Digital Extremes.
Yeah.
Digital Extremes was responsible for some stuff, be it login queues, customer support. Like there's a lot of stuff they were responsible for. A lot of stuff we were responsible for, database, games, like a lot of stuff. And we owned up to our issues. They owned up to some of their issues as well. And when they informed us that they were dissolving their publishing unit, which means that we were kind of stuck on the road to work on the game and publish the game, we said, fuck yeah, we had to self-publish the game. It's a lot easier now. We know that now with your endeavors. We can go through Steam, we can go through PlayStation, and we started down that path, and we did support the game. We released a couple updates. We had some good reception.
Yeah,
we
you
saw
had the
a little
Reaver
uptick.
King update and a couple of other ones. Oh, I remember.
Yeah. So we did all that stuff, and as we worked to finalize that deal and change, they finalized it, became evident that we would not be able to do that and be sustainable. And so we kind of put our heads together and said, well, what do we do? Do we just say goodbye to this game that we've worked on for 5 years, which sucks for people that work on it?
Well, like real quick before before going farther. So like basically Digital Extremes got rid of their entire publishing unit. It's not like
Correct.
basically
They dissolved the entire publishing.
So this was not a result of the performance of Wayfinder. It was more so a result of their business decision.
Correct.
Is that,
they
how
had a
many
new
other
CEO that was put.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was
That's
just saying they had a new
unfortunate.
CEO that got put in place, and then that change happened. Again, I'm not throwing stones. I'm just specifically saying what happened and kind of the sequence.
Well, they
of that.
restructured the company, right? I mean, it happens a million times. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
How many other games were they publishing besides Wayfinder?
I can't answer
Chocolate.
how many they were
I got
working
some
on,
dark
but
chocolate. It's
I
like a
think historically,
huge bar of
that
dark
there
chocolate. Oh my
another
god, it's so
title
good.
that survived
I
by
can't
that
stop
they had
eating it.
published previously in the past. So, and that they were not publishing anymore, and the game got shut down.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious. The reason why is like, you know, did they like to what proportion was Wayfinder part of their publishing unit?
Which are not for you.
Because like obviously if
You
they
can't
were
have
publishing
chocolate
50
with
games,
dog.
then Wayfinder not doing well probably would be impactful. But if they were publishing, let's say 30 or 50, then it would probably just be like another thing.
Yeah, so one of the things that's a misconception is that we actually did an interview recently with SkillUp, who I'm sure you're familiar with. It'll go live on Friday, but we talked about this, and we kind of talked about because he just asked the question, how did this happen? Digital Extremes has worked in this industry for a while. They obviously have Wayfinder, which is super successful. I'm sorry, Warframe, which is super successful. But the team that was working on Wayfinder and all their other publishing projects was not that team. They had a completely separate team, completely separate technology, completely separate account systems, completely separate login systems. All those were different, and those were built with the intention of
You don't like dark
this
chocolate?
for
The
Wayfinder
fuck?
and for possibly other games.
It's so good.
So when they decided not to do that, that's when they closed down their entire publishing division, and they decided
That's
to
where all
just
the
focus on what they were
flavor of
working on,
the
which was
cacao is.
Warframe and Soulframe.
Okay, well that makes sense. You know, narrow it down, focus heavily in. And so whenever obviously you all got
Hold on,
news,
people are saying
Like
my mic
milk
is bad.
chocolate,
Oh, yeah,
white
'cause you're- I
chocolate,
think you're
that's
walking
all
away
just
from
like
it.
diluted chocolate.
Okay, yeah, I'm not walking anymore. I saw that. Sorry, I pace when I talk. My bad.
You're good. I do the same thing. And
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so anyway, like what was the response of like your team whenever you found out that your publisher was just no longer going to exist?
I mean,
Dude, that
it was,
sucks for them.
I
That
will say
really
the team is
sucks.
incredibly resilient. Like normally, if you had that news,
Imagine
I'm
like
you
going
can
from
imagine people would be like,
MMO
I'd
to
be
single
I'm out
player.
here
man.
jumping ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
fucking
I was
sucks.
stressed. We were all stressed. We didn't get into this other than
Oh
the
my
fact
God,
that like,
fuck
we
you.
made this game initially as
you.
a love letter
That
to
scared the
MMOs.
shit out of me.
We all grew up playing WoW and EverQuest and Final Fantasy and Vindictus and every game under the sun, and that's
Isn't
what we
there
set
a
out to make. So when
Black
that
Knight
didn't happen
Assassin
and
here?
we all of a sudden were dropped, it was disheartening. But what was exciting
there
was
was.
that we were no longer beholden to a publisher, and
It's a
that we
different
could
place.
do what we wanted in terms of focusing on quality updates and maybe balancing quick hot fixes versus just having to get stuff approved through them. So the team was invigorated, and that's why we were able to pump out a bunch of really good patches. We patched almost weekly. I think we did bi-weekly for a long period of time until we started working on this Echoes update, which you're obviously aware of now because we're talking about it.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. And why did you decide to pivot over to making it kind of? Is it like
What's in
so?
here
So you're
again?
talking about
I
like the
forget.
multiplayer single player game? Is this going to function
something
kind of
good
like
in here?
Monster Hunter in a way?
Yeah, so
Okay.
just to break it down for people, so
Yeah.
people think that this is just us being like, hey, it's a single player co-op game, right? Like
I'm scared.
the work that the team has put into this, I cannot stress enough, is extraordinary
protect
over the
me.
last couple months. So every single system inside of the game, from the core loops to how you acquire weapons to the cosmetics to
Okay, got that.
upgrades, talent trees, like that has been implemented in the game. Like it feels like an ARPG. You played the game, so you know one of the biggest things is very Monster Hunter-like. Of hey, I collected this weapon and I'm going to upgrade it to the end of time and make it super powerful. Like we
Yeah.
don't have that anymore.
I bet
The
these guys
full
need
loot drop
money.
is just like a traditional ARPG. You can find a level 5 weapon and it might have statue
Their
like and an
publisher
echo
bailed,
like, and then 10 minutes
and,
later you can find a level 8
They're probably
weapon
running on
that's better.
fumes right now.
Same with all of our armor and all of our cosmetics, all thousands of items that we had in the game were just put in the game as drops. So a lot of work
Okay.
went into this, and it feels really, really good. So like the question you asked was, how does it work? You load up the game on your Steam Deck,
Yeah,
on
yeah,
your,
sure.
on your PC, eventually be on PlayStation 5 and Xbox as well. You play the game. If you want to jump into a buddy's game or vice versa, they would click
What?
on your name in Steam or in PlayStation. They would join your game. All of the progress carries
What you
over.
want?
All of the loot that you might find
good
if you
night.
do a quest together and you pick up a really awesome sword and you go, okay, thanks, I'm getting off for the night.
Can
and
you
go
trade?
back to your
Can you
game.
trade stuff?
There's still no trading inside
Okay.
the game, no.
Is that something that was intended or planned, or is it just, you know?
I mean, to be honest, it wasn't planned because it was going to be a free-to-play MMO, and that makes it super hard to figure out a lot of logistics.
Yeah, the Black Map
especially if it
Assassin
is,
is here.
With
but now that
botters,
it's a peer-to-peer,
absolutely.
exactly, yeah. So I mean, now I'm sure people will figure it out, and maybe we'll figure it out. And that's the other thing about this too, is I know I'm kind of jumping around, but like, we want people to enjoy the game, we want people to play it, and if that's the case, people already have been like, hey, why don't you put in a matchmaker, and why don't you put in a server browser or mod support? Like, we can't stress enough that if people are interested in that, and people are playing and buying the game, we will support it. Like, it has to financially make sense, but we made this that in case that doesn't happen, we'd be like, okay, we've delivered a version 1.0 of the game, we think it's really solid, and that's it, that's the game. So we would love to keep working on it. We didn't do this because we hated it, we didn't do this because we didn't want to work on it. We love the world, we love the characters, we love the fans, but it obviously has to make sense. You're a businessman, you know how that works.
Of course, yeah, you've got to make the money, right? And that's just the way it is. And I'm assuming probably there were a lot of server costs for the MMO. You couldn't afford to have the server. Yeah, and that's just, yeah. So, okay, that makes sense. Pretty reasonable. And obviously, like, you saw the post that I was looking at. People think they're getting scammed because you're like pivoting. Are they going to get like any money back, or like how would you respond to that?
What?
Yeah, so the people that are upset can go through.
He's what? Like he's really tired? Oh, he's eating some pork bone. Yeah. He had like a whole pork bone to himself.
The means of PlayStation and Steam to request refunds. We're working with them to see what else we can do in terms of like additional compensation. To be completely blunt and completely honest, we didn't collect money. Obviously, that was done through our publisher, so I can't refund what I didn't directly collect. But obviously, as a player, you don't give a shit who collects your money, right? Like to you, it's like, hey, it's in my library. It's not what I initially wanted it to be. So we're offering make goods inside the games. All the founder pack items that people did purchase, they will have inside of the game when we launch, and then additional items from money that was spent or money that you had in your wallet will be converted into an exclusive currency that you can get for inside the game, that like cosmetics and characters that you can't get otherwise. They're not loot drops. They're exclusive to those things. Yeah, again, there's no perfect scenario. I'm a Star Trek fan. It's the Kobayashi Maru, so we're trying to do what's best for players and for us so that we can continue to make awesome games. That's all we want to do.
Can you still buy the $150 pack right now?
No. The minute that we took over the business, we removed it for sale. The game has not been for sale for over a month once we finalized all of our legal transfers from Digital Extremes to us.
So you're saying that the reason why you're not offering refunds is because you are in no position to do so, because the company that was the publisher, Digital Extremes, were the ones who actually took the money, so you couldn't even offer refunds if you wanted to. Is that effectively what you're saying? And so that's why, but you are working with Steam to hopefully empower the people who do want a refund to get it, but they have to get it from Digital Extremes. Is that correct?
I can't speak for that. I obviously can't speak directly for DE anymore, but I can tell. I mean, we've gone through the ringer with Steam. We were trying to offer multiple game copies so that you can give it to your friends. They don't support that anymore. We're trying to give away. We've talked about additional DLC in the future if we do that, to give it away. So I mean, I get it. I get that people are emotional upset. I've been there. I'm sure you've been there when you played games that shut down or something you bought's not what you originally intended it to be. But I just hope that people understand that this was the decision we came to, because the other decision would be that it would just go away forever, which also sucks. Like I said, there's really no winning in this situation. We're trying to do what's best for players, but also for us, for our company, so we can continue to make games. We have 85 people in the company. We're a small indie studio, and we're just in a situation that sucks. No way around it.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, it definitely sucks. And like going back to the thing, because like I just want to make sure, because like this is, I think, the main point of contention, is that like, so
symmetry
you're not
off.
at, like, if somebody is trying to get their $150 founder pack back, like you're cooperating with Steam. From like your perspective, that's fine with you, right?
I don't know the answer to that. Like, I can't specifically say that it's fine with me. I mean, both from like a legal standpoint as well as like the people I answer to, what they're going to say. But I could say that we understand and empathize with people. We have talked to Steam directly.
What did you talk to? Can you say what you talked to Steam about?
They understood the situation. I mean, we obviously had been talking to Steam for a long time to transfer all the services and transfer everything over to us. And once we did take over the business, we then, like I said, we took it off for sale. So they understood that, and they understood that that was our desire once we were in control. But as far as the actual like refund portion of it, or who handles that, I can't speak for that, or what conversations they might have had with DEI. They're not our partner anymore, and we haven't talked to them in a while about that stuff.
So do you have any autonomy to give refunds back to anyone? Like, could you give refunds back if you wanted to?
I don't think so, and I'm just being completely blunt with you.
Okay, no, I know. I'm just like, yeah, straight answer. Yeah, good.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't walked through that logistics, and we didn't talk to Steam and say like, hey, and do this. I mean, like I said, if we haven't collected money from people and from Steam, like imagine a bank account. Again,
you don't have the receipt.
About it. I don't have the I don't have the receipt.
So again, you guys, that's very important though, right? Like you don't have the receipt to verify that anybody did or did not purchase the game. Is that accurate?
I'm trying to think. I don't think that's entirely accurate. I can't see like an individual. I can't see Asmongold making a sale for this, making a purchase and then getting this game. That is correct.
Is there a way that if somebody who had the Founders Edition, if they push the button for I want a refund, can you approve that button push?
So you can approve the button push with specific parameters. Like let's say, like when we launched, for example, we changed the button push from the default 2 hours or 14 days, which I think we did it to like 12 hours and 14 days, something like that, because obviously we had tons of login issues and people took a long time to get into the game. But that was them, so I don't actually know. I mean, this is something that we're committed to looking at and working towards. I don't have an answer for people now, unfortunately, but we wanted to get this news out there today because obviously we're launching for those that have paid for the game already, the 31st, and then for other people, the 11th.
Okay. So yeah, I guess you'll probably be able to find that out. And do you know if the team is looking for a way to reimburse the people that bought the Founders Editions, or like what's the thinking with the team in terms of the people that feel like they were misled? Because I think that's going to be like a big point of contention.
You're saying with them feeling misled?
Yeah. Because they said that they had bought the $150 edition.
Sure.
For the MMO and continued service and multiple seasons in the future, then obviously like the way that the game is being presented has changed. I personally have like kind of a buyer beware perspective on this. So like if you say, well, no, because that's just what happens whenever you support an early access game, I don't give a shit. That's true. But like I'm curious to see what the team is viewing this, because I'm sure that you all have seen the post, right?
So we are in agreement with you that if it's an early access game and there are risks inherently with early access games, but at that same time, like I get it as a player. Like I said, like I've been in that situation where I bought into an early access game or Kickstarter and it just goes away. And if we didn't care about our perception, we would have just shut the game down and said we don't give a shit about you.
Well, y'all wouldn't have done that thing with the store items at the beginning of the game with like the pricing. I remember that.
And so, like, I'm just being completely blunt because I don't know. Obviously, this is a spontaneous interview, but I'm thinking aloud. But, I mean, we care about the perception. We care about the player's perception. We care about the studio and its pedigree and the games that we've done before. And so it's gut-wrenching to even be here. So I don't have a direct answer for you other than we want to make right by the player and we want people to be happy. And part of that is I hope that when the game does come out, people download it and they update their game. And they see the effort that went into it, and that is good. But I get that's not an answer for everybody. If you wanted an MMO, and all of a sudden you have a single-player co-op game, it's not the same. So we're totally not blind to that. But I don't have a good answer today about like what can be done here, other than we want people to play quickly so that they can see it. That's why we announced so close to it coming out, and we want to continue to work with our partners to figure out a solution for it for people.
Okay, yeah, that seems to make sense. Yeah, I'll have one more question for that, and then I'm kind of actually curious about like where the game is going to go. So on Steam, if somebody who has a Founders Edition wants to get a refund and they click the refund button, you at the company have the option to approve that refund right now. Is that correct?
No, we have the option to set specific. Oh, I guess yes? Question mark. We have the option to set specific parameters on time. I don't know what that limit is. If the limit is 60 days or unlimited, I don't have an answer for that. I just don't know. I'd have to work with my Steam guys to figure that out. But we do have the option to set the parameters around like that time frame. The normal Steam 2 hours and 14 days is editable by the publisher. Now, does that work when you've transferred publishers? I don't have an answer again.
So I'm pretty sure, like, the truth is you have no fucking idea, because this happened out of nowhere and it's kind of uncharted territory. Like, just is that pretty much where we're at?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's exciting and scary at the same time. I mean, no one's really done this before. Just taking an online game, completely stripping it out, redoing every major system, and then making it a game that people can play forever. And we hope that people do play forever. And if they do, and people like it and they buy it, like, we want to keep supporting it. Like, we plan to go back to a multi-game studio that has a small team on Wayfinder that constantly has updates of characters and weapons and hunts and locations and yada yada yada. While we work on other stuff too. That is the goal.
Okay, yeah. So what are you gonna do now? Obviously, since the game is, the game is going single player. What happens now?
Right now, so you're asking,
the game
like,
mechanics are a bit
timeline
too
for stuff?
simplistic
Well, I
for
mean,
single
just in
player.
Sorry, I got two
You're
messages.
going to have
I
to
got two
expand
messages
upon
now.
No,
that.
it's okay. I get probably
to make a
50
good single
an
player
hour.
game.
People send me. I totally understand being distracted.
Our current philosophy now is that we take what we take a game that we think is a demonstrably better game. I mean, we quickly found that out once we removed the servers and there was no lag, there's no latency. We took everything that was something you could purchase at one point or the other, and we converted it into loot drops that are earnable, that feel good. Everyone loves a loot pinata, right? We added tons of new content. Like I said, there's talent trees, there's alternate progression systems.
Okay.
And we have tons of other content. Like our new zone that we put in is about 3 times larger than the old one. There's mounts, there's additional hunts, there's additional weapons to find, sets to get, and so that stuff will be going live with the Echoes update on the 31st for people that already own the game. If you don't own the game, since we took it down for sale, we'll put it back up for sale on the June 11th. And then
so can you not buy the game right now?
No, at the minute that, like I said, the minute we took over the business, we took the game down for sale on every platform.
Oh wow, okay.
Yes, you cannot buy the game. And so once the game comes out on June 11th, we'll be working through early access, where we have additional characters, additional locations, additional zones, refinements of the game, refinement of the game system, and we'll be putting them in. Once we obviously are out of early access, the game becomes version 1.0. And during that time, we can make the decision to say, okay, well, it makes sense for us to put in official mod support or server browser or whatever. Like, as long as there's an audience, we will keep working on the game.
Happy?
Like I said, with a smaller team that's
Have
working
a
on it, but
bone?
we'd love to keep adding content to it as long as people are interested in playing it and buying it.
So you say in the post, you say there's going to be no
Really
in-game
happy right now.
microtransactions or in-game purchases, and you just literally
Correct.
buy the. How the fuck is that sustainable?
Correct. So the boxes that we have and the boxes that we are hoping to sell, we think it's a affordable package, and we think it's enticing to people. Like, we've seen a big, this isn't just us, right? Like, there's been a meteoric shift in the industry of late of live services and microtransactions and people feeling FOMO and, hey, I have to log in to get my shop rotation, or I have to go do my daily quest. And so this is us trying to buck that trend by saying, well, what if we just put together a complete package that you can play start to finish? There's an end point to the story. There's an end game that you can continue to hunt for stuff. You can continue to power up your character. And you can definitely play the game on your own and just pay one price for it. All of the thousands of items that we had, for cosmetics to skins to housing items to weapons to sprays, like all that stuff is just loot. You're in a dungeon, you might just find a bird for your house, and then you might just find a weapon, or you could find parts for another wayfinder. Like,
Find
you
a
convert all
bird
that
for your
stuff
house?
that was once purchasable into just being loot drops inside the game, like any other ARPG.
So what happens?
So,
like, this is the thing, right? It's like a lot of the reasons why they have these. Like, do you think that's sustainable?
Yeah, so like I said, our big goal is to go back to being a multi-project studio. I mean, we worked on Darksiders Genesis and Rune King at the same time. And so it's sustainable for a business long term, obviously, to work on multiple things. So as long as people are buying the game and interested in the game, we'd love to have a team that's still working on Wayfinder. And that money that is collected also supports the studio during the time that we're working on other stuff with other partners. But you're right, it obviously doesn't last forever, but it's a big moment for us.
Oh
and
shit, I got
we're
something.
kind of like I
I
said, it's
didn't
uncharted
expect so.
territory, and we're just trying to adapt to what we have now and to be around to just continue making awesome games. We're responsible for 80 some people, so we just want to do what's right by them, and we want to do what's right by the players.
So just to
Why
completely
am I all the way up, all the way
understand,
up
so
here?
like
That's
basically whenever
ridiculous.
this comes out, you said it's May 31st, is that right?
What kind of spawn point
Yeah,
is
anyone
this?
that's currently if you've ever owned the game, May 31st is the date you can play it. We're only calling that an early like a preview period because obviously we will find bugs and issues, and we'll issue a day one patch, and then we'll release
It's gonna
it.
take me
for
like
sale on
10
June
minutes to
11th.
get down there.
Okay.
But you can play throughout that entire time. It's not like it's going down. Obviously, it's a single player or co-op game, so you can play at your leisure, do whatever you want
Ooh, my God.
during that time. But yeah.
Okay,
Slippery
so that
rocks.
makes sense. And I guess, is there going to be, after the release of the game, besides like bug fixes, is there a content plan at all for the game after the release?
Yeah, so you actually have it up on your
Oh,
screen
okay.
right now that we
There's
currently
the
have a new
invader
Wayfinder,
fighting the hunter.
a gigantic new
Looks like
zone,
the hunter
3
invader's
times
dead.
the housing area,
Hunter one?
new hunts, new locations that we're
Right?
adding into the game
Nope,
during
still
early
alive.
access,
Okay,
so
we'll
additional
get out.
content. And
Yeah.
then, like I said, any other content would just come after that. But yes, there is a content plan for early access to continue to evolve the game, balance the game, but add additional content for people to
Looks
play.
like the hunter might die.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that
Oh, the
sounds good.
hunter's
So
dead.
there's basically not going to be any microtransactions. Is there a battle pass?
Unfortunate.
No. So there were battle passes that were initially in
Man
the game.
Fight
Obviously,
Club.
they were also part of
What?
the Founders Pack, where you can get our
Is
first
this a
battle
Fight
pass and
Club?
a second battle pass. Those are
I
not
don't
being
think it
sold.
is.
They are just completely part of the game. They are loops in the game that you can unlock those rooms and get those cosmetics, just like any other upgrade or loot-based system
Okay,
inside of a game.
so there's no battle pass. What about DLC?
We have no plans right now for DLC. We'd love to do it in the future. It really comes down to if we're able to, and if we're able to be sustainable doing so.
Sure. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I mean, I hope you guys can figure out
Oh
the
my
issue
God.
with like some of the people that subscribed and did the Founders Edition, and maybe figure out a way to make them happy. But otherwise, I mean, this seems like it's
Can I go
pretty
around the
decent.
castle from here?
And yeah, I mean,
Like, no, I can't.
man, I can only imagine how
He's
stressful it
behind the
might have
castle,
been having to
apparently,
go
I
through all
think.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a challenge, but again, we're trying to do what's right. We had two options in front of us. Game goes away forever, publisher canceled, or
Wait, what the fuck?
we risk our own ass and our own money, and we dig into our pockets and we say, can we do something with what we have and
Oh, it's over
give
here,
something
okay.
to players so that they can have it forever? And we think the answer is yes. I mean, we hope that on the 31st, when people actually log into the game,
okay.
so hard
Where'd
to
the
say
invader
anymore.
go, though?
When
Yeah,
people press play on the game,
Right.
that they see it. I mean, they'll see that it feels better to play, and it's just a much more responsive game, and
A
it's just
lot
a much
of
better
lag. Holy
situation.
shit.
But unfortunately, we're rolling with it. But I think that in the long term, I think we'll be supporting this game
Oh,
because I
there
think
he
people will
is.
play it and they'll see how great it is.
Well, that's awesome, man. And I want to say
I'm
thanks-
biased, but
yeah,
hey,
yeah, of
just saying.
course, right? But no, I want to say thanks a lot for coming on and talking about it and everything. Obviously,
Oh,
I'm sure you
I
guys
got
are
sent
busy. I've
home.
got like a million other
Okay.
things I need to do too. It's just like this it turned into a very weird, busy day for me. But I do want to say I really appreciate you coming on such short notice and just randomly talking about this. I'm sure taking and fielding these questions in front of a big audience might be a little bit unnerving. So I want to say that I recognize that. I really appreciate it.
Very
Thank you.
interesting.
Yeah, and as far as the other stuff that I couldn't answer directly, like I said, I don't have all the answers. I'm giving you what I have, and obviously this is spontaneous, but I hope by me jumping on here, it does show that we give a shit and that we are trying to do something that's unheard of, taking a game that was online only and converting it to offline and hopefully having it around forever. So, but yeah, I appreciate you covering the game in the past and talking about it. Be it good or be it bad, any conversation fuels us so that we can just continue to make awesome stuff, and that's what we're trying to do.
Well, that's awesome, man. Well, anyway, I'll let you get back to it, and thanks a lot for coming on. Thank you.
All right.
All
Have
right,
a
see you
good
later. Peace. Wow, it was pretty good. I mean, I would say overall that was a pretty good answer. I think that obviously they can't answer the refund portion right now because they simply probably do not have the. They can't confirm that, right? He's like one guy that works at the studio, and so like he can't be like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. This isn't what's going to happen. And I think also if the purchases did go through the publisher. At what point are they liable for those? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's probably the best type of answer that he could give. realistically, right? And we'll see what happens. I hope that they can do right by these people in one way or another.
I'm sure they'll be able to get their refund. Digital Extremes, they have a decent reputation about not being evil. How come symmetry is always off? What the fuck? Okay. Let's go listen to some
Alright, this one
Elden
is
Ring
for the old
lore.
heads who have been following my channel for a long time and are used to me just like turning on the camera and screaming without any editing and with my dog barking in the background. This video is for you because that's gonna be the format this time. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to like put in time and effort into like properly editing my videos, but thank you all so much for supporting me and watching a lot of my newer content. I've been in the process of moving and we finally moved, so I'll finally be able to like dedicate more time and energy into making videos for you guys, which is going to be awesome because the DLC is right around the corner. I feel like I moved at the most opportune time. I was worried that it was going to land during June, but thankfully we're here, we're out here, and we're going to be doing our best. So I'm going to be talking about the butterfly crafting items and which child they represent, but it actually, this video got way more complex and a lot more hefty than I was thinking it was going to be. I thought it was just going to be like, this butterfly is Melania, this butterfly is Mikola, and this butterfly may or may not be Mesmer or Melina. Let's get into it. It actually got way more complicated, and a lot of that is because there's a lot of discourse around fragmented identity and whether or not one soul can fragment into multiple other characters. There's also a really great lore theory right now floating around, and I want to give a huge shout out to Tim Diggity. So go check out Tim's video on is Mikola Melina, because I think it is really compelling, specifically in regard to the Spirit Calling Bell and how Melina ended up with Torrent's Ring. I'm going to explore another avenue that could be interpreted, but I am open to that being a thing. For those of you that are new to the Soulsborne series, it's actually not super uncommon for one character to be fragmented into multiple characters. Specifically in Dark Souls 1, we have Manus, who in Dark Souls 2, his soul gets fragmented into multiple souls, and all of them are women. All of them are women that end up becoming rulers or leaders, and it's really awesome to see, like, I don't know, I didn't used to like this idea of kind of like this cycle of reused characters. I used to hate that because I thought maybe it was lazy writing, but now that I understand that it's supposed to depict a cycle of like repeat errors or a cycle of suffering,
let's get out of
I do understand that, and I appreciate it a lot more now, especially that Miyazaki has the support and the, you know, finances and like the team to amplify his vision. I think also getting George R.R. Martin on the writing has been like incredibly helpful. I just love the way that everything is manifested in Elden Ring. It's so wonderful, and I'm gonna get into all of that while we dive into this. But before I get into each individual child and some of the identity stuff that's going on in this game, and like who's the Glowmaid Queen, who is Melina, who is Mikola, who is Saint Trina, I do need to break down some kind of like baseline lore that we've covered in other videos. For those of you that have seen my Elden John video, and for those of you that have seen any of my older videos, this is gonna be like old news to you, but for those of you that are new here and like have no clue who Elden John is, this is for you. I'm gonna go over this very quickly. So there is definitely like a vague timeline that we can break apart in Elden Ring based off of the sigils and how the depiction of the Elden Ring has changed over the course of history. I would say the biggest point or the biggest difference is that there used to be 4 equidistant rings, and the 4th most southern ring is then absorbed into the center to become what's called the Anchor Rune, which is then owned by Godric in the story, but it's kind of uncertain. It's kind of uncertain, like, how this changes anything. All we know is that there's just like a big disparity between the rune that is depicted in Farum Azula and then the rune that's depicted from the ancient Erd Tree era onward into the fundamentalist era, which we know now. But we're going to talk about that, and I'm going to talk about everything that predates the Erd Tree and Erd Tree burials. I'm going to be talking about all of the magic that talks about, like, in an era before the Erd Tree, or like, you know, magic that exists outside of the purview of the Erd Tree. We're going to be talking about ancestral followers, we're going to be talking about Deathrite birds, the Godskins, the Glowmide Queen. I need to set the foundations for everything so that way you guys know what I'm talking about, because there's a couple of folks who have rolled up into my streams and have had no idea who the fuck we're talking about, so let's get this established. So for those of you that are unfamiliar, there is a specific unique icon asset that is on the map called the Old Palace. I know that because of translation, this could also be translated into like Palace or Old Palace. I've seen like variants and interpretations or translations, but is like very similar to you know, ancient Mesopotamia. I'll talk about that. We're going to talk about like the visual design and like visual inspiration for these areas.
You don't get any of it?
But pretty much there is like this ancient dynasty that used to exist. Tarnished Archaeologist also has a video on them. I want to amplify that and boost that as well. And I'm going to talk about some
Yeah, you kind of have to play Elden Ring and then watch a lot of lore videos
in addition to my
to understand
own
any of this.
during this section. So check out that video. I'm going to link it in the description below. But pretty much there is this ancient dynasty that used to exist, and a lot of different groups worship this this entity, or like worship in the ruins of this group. And it's different than the Noxtella and Nokron. It's like different than the Eternal Cities. It's its own thing, and it predates the Eternal Cities by like several thousand years, based off of like the architecture, if we're just looking at like the historical allegories. So a lot of the architecture is based off of like ancient like it's based off of ancient Mesopotamian and like Babylonian architecture. So for example, we have Jordan that's being represented. We have the Tigris and the Euphrates that's being represented. I do think that the Ainsel River Well and the Shiofer River Well are like a multifaceted allegory. I think that they're both representative of the Tigris and the Euphrates, but I also think that they're representative of the Nordic river wells and Nordic mythology, and I'll talk about that too. But a lot of the architecture and like ruins are taken from like actual Babylonian ruins. So we have Jordan being represented here. We have the Black Obelisk that's being represented, although I talk about this in another video, but the reliefs that are like being depicted are different. So they fully like ripped this asset, they scanned it and like put it in the game, but the thing that's different are these pieces right here. They changed the reliefs here, but everything from like here down is like the actual asset itself. There is cuneiform, which is like the ancient language that is depicted on this section. You can kind of see it right here. But yeah, there's cuneiform in the game. There is like ancient Hebrew in the game. There's like a bunch of different languages that are in the game, so it's really cool to see all of these like historical references, like kind of helping us get an idea of where things sit.
I haven't watched that yet,
because I do think that by utilizing these like ancient civilizations, we're able to kind of evoke this like feeling of or like the developers are able to evoke this feeling of this is very old. Like this is very old, and it's very clear that like based off of the materials that they used and based off of everything else that it's older than the Eternal Cities. So it's a cool way to allow history to inform your art and to like create a feeling without necessarily like explicitly stating in the lore anywhere that they're older than the Eternal Cities. It's just visually obvious that they're older than the Eternal Cities. So I think it's incredibly important to like break that down and differentiate them. The Eternal Cities also have a different icon on the map than these ruins. So these ruins are incredibly important because the ancestral followers like post up in these ruins, and so does Moog, and like a lot of the Mogwin dynasty omen that like follow him, they also post up in these ruins. So there's a bunch of different groups that are more modern that are trying to like embrace older practices, because these older practices embrace them and have room for them, whereas the Erdtree fundamentalist order doesn't. The Erdtree fundamentalist order doesn't allow them to exist how they want to, because of that system of rules that have been put into place. And I think it has a lot to do with the Rune of Destined Death being sealed and with death being processed differently. So let me break this down really quick. The ancestral followers have a belief where they'll actually like do sacrificial rituals, and they'll kill people that don't experience what's called budding. Sorry, big Cooper snore. They'll kill individuals that aren't experiencing budding. So hold on, let me actually go over here. So this is a budding horn, and this is the ancestral spirit horn. It says this horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn.
So if these are bones and ridges, you can't look at very well.
And then if you read
no,
the
they'll be
ancestral
animated.
spirit, like the regal ancestral spirit horn, it says a number of
Like,
new
they aren't
growths spread
solid
from the antler-like
bones.
horns of the
They're gonna be
fallen king,
segmented.
each glowing with light.
And they aren't
Thus,
actually
does new life
bones, they're
grow
more like
from
fingers.
death, and from death one obtains power. So this is incredibly important. The
Kind of like
the
what I have
antlers
up
are
here.
like this petrified gray looking color,
Like
and
crab
then
legs.
leaves are sprouting from this. And there's also like a really cool mechanic that the regal ancestral spirit has as like a boss mechanic. I know a lot of people will be over leveled or like over tuned when they encounter this boss sometimes, to the point where like they don't get to see this mechanic happen. I actually missed this mechanic the first time that I went through, but if you're fighting the regal ancestral spirit, it'll actually sacrifice all of the animals in the arena, because there's like spirit animals running around. It'll sacrifice all those animals and absorb it,
connection error.
and like when
Amazing.
it absorbs those animals, it regens hit points. So it's really cool. There's like this idea of spirits being like absorbed into this like container, which is like the ancestral spirit, being shown in practice, being shown in the boss fight mechanic. Ugh, stutter, sorry. But yeah, so you can kind of see on the regal ancestral spirit boss, it's growing tree leaves. It's like the gray, like petrified remains growing new life, which is such a cool visual motif. I love to see it. But there's this like weird antler horn. It looks like moose antlers, and it says in the ancestral spirit worshipping faith, these are considered envoys' wings, made to reap the lives of beings which experience no sprouting. So these were like part of the sacrificial ritual where they would sacrifice the beings with no horns. There's also the priestesses, the ancestral spirit priestesses, who like post up in the Old Palace ruins, and they're typically facing these like petrified trees, and they're singing to the trees, and they're holding up the I think they're holding up a horn, or they're holding up like the infant head, but they're like praying, and they're usually surrounded by animals, usually rats or stags or whatever. The males will sometimes like stomp, and that's their like dance ritual thing that they do. But you can also find them, I think another really cool fun fact is you can also find them around the petrified trees that are in the consecrated snowfield. This was a really difficult picture for me to get because the blizzard makes it like incredibly hard to see, but you can see them worshiping the trees in this area as well. So it definitely seems like they'll be both topside and underside around the Old Palace ruins. You can find them in the Labyrinth topside and Liurnia, kind of like kicking it around the Elden John statues. But you could also find them, you know, in the Undercities doing the same thing. They just love to be around this idea of like sacrificial sprouting, growing trees out of the self, cultivating this like spiritual material into like a spirit tree. And I'm going to be using the term spirit tree from here on out. But this is really cool because it actually ties in with a real world myth in Nordic mythology that has to do with this big stag. I'm going to be using its English name because I'm really, really bad at a lot of these older names, but Oakthorny is this stag that eats the leaves off of the Yggdrasil, and there's a lot of poems about how there's like celestial dew or like these celestial waters that then come off of its horns, and I've seen it described in multiple different ways. I've seen it described as
Elton
like
John,
it is coming from the elk itself, like it's coming off of the elk's horns itself. But I've also seen it described as like it is like catching the dew of like the fresh morning, like the sun is rising, and you know, like when
The
you see
Erdtree
dew
is just
on,
another
like,
one of
grass
his
in the morning,
albums.
It's like that, and it's shedding off of the antlers of these like great stags and creating the river wells of the entire world. So the fact that we have like the Ironcell river well and the Shiofra river well kind of like flowing through relates to this myth and relates to the ancestral spirit, which I think is really cool. So we have 3 different myths happening. We have Celtic myth with the naming conventions of Ironcell and Shiofra. We have Nordic myth with the giant stags, and
I feel like what George R. R. Martin did is he knows history, and all he does is Control-C, Control-V. Like everything just goes in. Let's throw everything in there. Yep, that happened. We'll put that in a Elden Ring.
We have Babylonian myth with a lot of the what are they? The Oracle Bubble Boys. I'm gonna link a thread down below for those of you that are interested.
I feel like they
in
could have
those
done some
guys.
more original
Content creator
stuff.
Little Church Lore made a whole Twitter thread on like the
like,
lore and
literally
historical references
copy
regarding
pasting
the
like
Bubble Boys.
history.
I'm gonna call them that in the Riverwell. There's a lot of like really cool myths regarding them, but that is like a whole ass other video that I can make, and I don't want to get into that right now. So I'm gonna link that in the description down below if you're interested. But yeah, so we have this era pre-Erd Tree burials, and so we have one way that death is processed is through this like death rite ritual. Another way that death is processed, and something else I also want to point out too, this is something that Vati actually pointed out to me, but the Great Horn ritual staff actually does look like death rite bird wings. And even though it's saying that, or even though it says that, you know, this is like obviously created from a horn, it says this is the item description, a distinctive horn. It does say that these are considered envoys' wings, and the death rite birds, as well as the twin birds, are considered the envoys of death. The twin birds are the mother of the death rite birds, and the twin birds are like quite fascinating. They're depicted all over Farum Azula, which Farum Azula is where we find this version of the Elden Ring. And Farum Azula is a giant floating mausoleum. Specifically, Tarnished archaeologists pointed out that this is inspired by the necropolis of Varna, which is like a very, very, very ancient necropolis. I want to say that one is about like 5000 BC. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. Double check that, because I actually don't remember off the top of my head. But it's very, very ancient. So we have this whole visual, like, whoever is the art director of these games is fucking cracked. Point blank period. Like, they really nailed all of these like ancient older societies as like either like the advent of human language or pre-language. And like the way that death is processed in all of these is very like pagan. It's like very like associated with like this natural cycle of life and death. There's a lot of animal depiction. There's a lot of just like really awesome stuff that is cool and neat to consider. Oh, another little dealie. The spiral columns that I talked about in the DLC breakdown video, those also are from this area too. So it's cool that we're seeing, it's Jerusalem. It's cool that we're seeing like all of this architecture that is like referencing this particular area and like this era of history. I love it. It's cool. So anyway, after this not after this era, I want to talk about the Glow-Eyed Queen. That's right. So we talked about the Death Rite birds. Death Rite birds were in charge of burning the dead before Erd Tree burials were a thing. So in the time when there was no Erd Tree, death was burned in ghost flame. Death birds were the keepers of that fire, and then the entities that were in charge of death indiscriminate, so like the death of gods, because gods were also mortal during this time. There was no immortal god. The Godskin Nobles and the Godskin Apostle and the Glow-Eyed Queen were all in charge of dealing with the death of the gods. So we have the Death Rite birds who are like just in charge of mortality, and then we have like these human entities that are in charge of death indiscriminate. So like, you are not above mortality, even if you're a god. It's death indiscriminate. Everybody deserves a chance. Like there needs to be cycles of life and death, and it's like a part of the natural cycle of everything. So something that I think is really important is the fact that like the Death Rite birds are associated as a time before the Erd Tree, and the nobles are the most ancient apostles who have assimilated in human physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erd Tree in its primordial form. there is this idea of like a primordial Erd tree that's referenced throughout the game. Some people call it the Great Tree. Some people debate whether or not the Great Tree even existed. I'm definitely of the mindset that there is like a primordial... There's like a primordial version of the Erd tree, and I think that it changes to the Erd tree at some point in history, and I think that line exists right here. Maybe? I don't know, but I do think that the Crucible era is like incredibly important, and Godfrey's Crucible Knights cast this like sigil, and this is like considered the ancient Erd tree era, but like it's very clear that the anchor rune is active during this era, whereas in this one there is no anchor rune. It's like 4 equidistant circles. So it's very clear that there's like an obvious difference between these two eras. And I think that that has a lot to do with death and death being sealed away, and I think it has a lot to do with the way that death is processed changing. And it's during this era that Godfrey and his rule then create these like big gladiatorial coliseums where people will like get together and they'll fight each other, and the people who die will get put into pots, and then the pots get put at the base of Erd trees and then later minor Erd trees. And it almost looks as if they're acting as like fertilizer. It's like mass Erd tree burials kind of on steroids. So that's like this whole era of death being processed, right? That established, or that whole era like was established with Godfrey. But that's like a whole other, once again, that's like a whole other video. I don't want to get like too distracted. Okay, now we've made it to Golden Order fundamentalism. This is when, you know, Marika has dumped Godfrey and she gets together with, you know, Radagon, and whether or not that he was like his own man or if he was always an aspect of Marika, that's up for debate, and I'm sure that we're gonna get like a big reveal of that in the DLC. But when her and Radagon have children, they are considered to be born from one god, not born from a lord and a god, not born from 2 different gods, born from one god. And these kids often have curses associated with them. And if you read Miquella's like lore and Melania's lore, it says Miquella and Melania are both children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but suffered afflictions from birth. One was cursed with eternal childhood, where the other harbored rot within. And I feel like I'm gonna knock out Melania's butterfly because I feel like it's the most obvious and the easiest for me to like break down. Melania's butterfly not only resembles Melania in like color palette and concept, but it's actually referenced in the butterfly item description that it is associated with the goddess of Rot herself, and that it's also referring to Aeonia, which is the name that refers to Scarlet Aeonia, which is Melania's massive bloom she released during her battle with Radon. In addition to all of this, all of the items that you can create with this butterfly item are all Rot related, so like it's very obvious that this is about her. There's like no debate as to like who this is referencing. This is Melania, right? But then we have the nascent butterfly, and the nascent butterfly is like super interesting because Miquella's lore is all over the place. So very simple visual reference is that the nascent butterfly is like in reference to Miquella's eternal youth, but also Miquella's cocoon. The description says an arcane butterfly with translucent wings, material used for crafting items. Exceedingly rare to find, this butterfly appears as if it's emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. As if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. Sorry. So it's kind of saying it's like a premature, like eternal youth butterfly. It's like translucent, its wings aren't fully developed yet, is kind of what it's trying to get at. And then also this like arcane magic is very important. A lot of the bubble magic and a lot of the Babylonian inspired magic is intelligence arcane or just intelligence, so it's kind of like associated with those practices. But it's really cool because Miquella's butterfly's wings can create the dappled cure meat or the dappled white cure meat, which is very similar to, in like function and in visual design, the ancestral following horns, which help with like our immunity stat, our robustness stat, our focus stat. So it is like this idea of like a cure or like older medicine that like helps us increase our like robustness and like our immunities. And it's really cool because like Miquella's whole story is about finding a cure for their siblings. And I want to talk about that. And I think that it's like such a beautiful story, but it also made me wonder about Tim Diggity's video, because we were talking about whether or not Tim Diggity is Melina? Whether or not Mikla is Melina, or Mikla is the Glowmide Queen, or Melina is the Glowmide Queen, or who's Saint Trina. Like, I want to break this down a little bit because I think it's really important, but hold on to this ancestral follower relation because it is important to this. So we're going to get into Mikla's history. So Mikla is the child of Radagon and Marika, and Mikla was born during this era of the Erdtree. I want to make it very clear, the Glowmide Queen is over here. She's back over here. She's old. She's older. And another thing too that I want to point out, the Glowmide Queen and Queen Marika's runes are twin runes. They're like the same, but they're inverted, right? So we have the rune of Dust and Death, and we have the rune of Abundance, or what I like to call like the rune of life, or like birth. It's like flowing life, newborn life. So we have like this cycle of life and death that mirror each other. I definitely think that the Glowmide Queen was Queen Marika's twin because of this, but she could be related to Queen Marika in another way that we don't know. Or like I said before, there is also like a popular theory that the Glowmide Queen is an aspect of Queen Marika's self, and that she was both life and death, but she chose to seal away a part of herself. I personally like to see the Glowmide Queen as like a completely separate entity, although I would be open to Marika being both and sealing away that part of her. I'm like open to anything at this point, but I do think that given Mohg and Morgott having twin runes and being two separate individuals, I'm just kind of going off of that logic that that is the Glowmide Queen and Queen Marika being separate individuals with opposite concepts. Malekith also is the one who sealed away the Glowmide Queen, and all of the Glowmide Queen related stuff, the Dust and Death stuff, happens to exist on Farum Azula, right? With the twin Deathbirds, and with Malekith Serena being in that room, and like all that shit. So I think that this giant floating mausoleum that was kind of like at the center of the primordial Erdtree was the Glowmide Queen's domain. It just makes sense thematically because it's all death related. Okay, moving on from that, let's talk about Mikla again. So Mikla was the child of Marika and Radagon, and Mikla had a problem with a couple things. So Mikla was like faithful to Golden Order fundamentalism, which is what Radagon championed. Radagon was all about Golden Order fundamentalism, and Mikla created a gift for his dad, and it was called the Rings of Light. And there's an incantation that you can read. It says, produces 3 rings of light and fires them forward. It was a gift from young Mikla to his father Radagon. And Radagon responded with a gift with a gift of gratitude to the young Mikla from his father Radagon. Produces a golden ring of light and fires it across a wide area. Charges enhance range. And yet, the young Mikla abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia's accursed rot. This is the beginning of unalloyed gold. So it seems like there was some kind of, I don't know if I'm reading into this too much, but it seems like this exchange may have triggered Mikla to then pursue creating the Halig Tree and moving away from fundamentalism. It seems like he was beseeching, like a young Mikla was beseeching Radagon to potentially cure Malenia's rot affliction, and it just seemed like fundamentalism couldn't do anything for her, and so then Mikla chose to choose a different path. And Mikla's path is very interesting because Mikla gets into some ancestral follower stuff, Mikla gets into some Noxtella stuff, Mikla gets into like all different aspects of belief in order to try to like find a cure. And this is like supported by a couple things. It also seems too that like Mikla is concerned over the death of Godwyn the Golden, because Godwyn didn't die a true death. Godwyn's soul was destroyed, but his body physically lives and grows forever. So it seems like Mikla is like concerned about Godwyn's circumstances. It just seems like Mikla is plagued with like the circumstances of his siblings and doesn't know how to like reconcile that within Golden Order fundamentalism, which makes sense because there's like a lot of other NPCs that also struggle to reconcile this. Goldmask all of Goldmask's lore regarding Litany of Proper Death and like the Golden Order hunters is super fascinating and plays into all of this. I'm not going to get into that though. I went into that in another video I can link below, but yeah, it just seems like a lot
I
of
haven't unlocked the
people are
underground
kind
yet.
of like looking at Golden Order fundamentalism and being like, what the fuck, man? Like, why isn't this, where are all these curses coming from? Why is rot not like creating new life? Like, why is rot stagnating? Why are those who live in death not passing on? Like, what is going on here? And it seems like there's a lot of confusion and a lot of like divergence in philosophy to try to understand what's going on. So anyway,
okay.
that being said, it seems like Miquella decided to take a different route, and one of the ways that Miquella decided to go was to look at Noxtella. And there's like a couple of lore beats that I think get lost really easily, but one of them is that there's the Castle Sol Knights who guard the walking mausoleums. If you go to Castle Sol and you beat Commander Null and you talk to the ghost that is at the edge of I don't know if I have a picture of it. I don't. There's a ghost at the end of Castle Sol that attributes Miquella to their whole organization. So he's like lamenting to Miquella because these are like banished knights that don't have fealty to anybody, and it seems like they wanted to swear fealty to the Halig Tree. But Miquella said, in order for you to gain access to the Halig Tree, you need to fix my comrade. You need to like put the soul or like duplicate the soul of my comrade during the eclipse. And it's a little vague as to like what that means or who the comrade is, but a lot of people theorize that Godwyn is the one who we're referring to, given a lot of the lore regarding Godwyn being like the soulless demigod, and given the lore regarding the Golden Epitaph and like Miquella lamenting about Godwyn, I think that is like a good like theory, you know. But the walking mausoleums utilize architecture and technology from Noxtella, and like it's very clear that like Noxtella probably existed around like here on the timeline. Miquella's born over here, so it's very clear that like Miquella is like getting technology from like an older civilization to do these like weird eclipse dark moon type rituals. Interesting. And then we also see Miquella like divests his flesh and becomes a tree. And this is like explicitly said by Gideon. I know that some people theorized that this isn't Miquella. This is Miquella. And it says, so the Halig Tree, now but a husk, I heard speculation that Miquella embedded himself in the Halig Tree. But before he could finish, someone cut the tree open and absconded with his infant form. Indeed, it seems those words held weight. How vexing. So Gideon tells us this. And then I made this like visual a long time ago on Twitter, but you can see that this is like Miquella's body, and then there's like, you can kind of, I outlined like where his rib cage is and like where the arm is, but there's also this big lump in like the stomach area that looks like a womb, and there's like a big pelvis bone that this cocoon sits on. So I definitely think that the cocoon and this like pelvis sat at this point in the tree, and I do think that there was like a transference happening. I think that the body that was inside of the cocoon was being absorbed and like slowly turning into the tree, and then Moog like ripped it out. And this is also supported too, in addition to like Gideon's dialogue, by the fact that like if you look at this arm right here, it's kind of like warped and weird. It's really long and kind of like twisty and bizarre, but it resolves and kind of like forms into a hand that is grasping this like rock. And at the very base of it, we see Melania, who is dreaming. She's like in a slumber, and she talks about how she's waiting for him to return. I kind of wonder if during her dream that she was trying to commune with Saint Trina, which is like the feminine aspect of Miquella, which is supported by like the lilies and with Fervor's cookbook and like the lore regarding that. It's not just cut content, by the way. I know there's a lot of people that are like, cut content doesn't count, but like the Fervor's cookbook uses like Miquella lilies and like Miquella items to create Saint Trina stuff, or vice versa. and the Ferber's cookbook is about Saint Trina. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about it. Whatever. So, Melania is like holding hands with this big tree entity and she's like sleeping. So it's very clear there's like this rebus multi-gendered aspect to Mikola. It looks like there was a you know, the transference of energy kind of emulates like a pregnancy in some ways with the way that you know, the cocoon would have sat, I feel. And then I think also too with like the medieval imagery of like the rebus, and am I saying that right? I feel like I'm saying it too close to like Reba or something. I don't know. But yeah, I feel that like Mikola is like engaging in this like ritual where they're feeding their sacramental blood to this tree to grow a tree, and I think that this is where we get a little bit of tie-in in addition to like the immunity ancestral follower shit. I think that we're getting a little bit of tie-in to this idea of like an ancient civilization that liked to grow trees. And I think that the Erd tree may have been grown by a previous entity that predated Queen Martha, and I think it was this guy. I'm pretty sure it was this guy. This is the man that the primordial Erd tree may have grown from, or may be involved with, I don't know. Or he just knew some kind of like shit about growing trees that I think is like incredibly important to a lot of like groups that are trying to grow their own civilizations or grow their own trees. But I think that Mikola is one of them, and I definitely think that a lot of those social practices and the stuff that Mikola is drawing from predate fundamentalist era stuff. So Mikola is like pulling all these ancient things from like death rituals and like the Glomide Queen and Noxtella and all this other stuff. So does that mean...
Okay, we can go get the underground.
I think that Mikola is the Glomide Queen.
I think we can go up the waterfall.
There's like
here.
a couple of damning things. It definitely seems like Mikola came in possession of some of the Glomide Queen stuff. Like the Spirit Calling Bell might be associated with her, or might be associated with the Snowy Crone and Spirit Calling and like the Royal Revenants. There's a lot of overlap there. It's very interesting that Melina at the end of, or sorry, at the beginning of our journey gives us Torrent when Torrent was Mikola's. So there's some like overlap with maybe how did Melina know Mikola? Is Melina Mikola? Is Mikola the Glomide Queen? Like, what is going on? Like I said before, Manus in Dark Souls 1 was like, so say if the Glomide Queen was fragmented, there could be a story beat opportunity for her to be fragmented into like multiple different kids. She could be fragmented into Melina, Mikola, Melania. Maybe like these are all aspects of her. Maybe rot and decay, but then also death, and then also sleep are all different parts of death. Maybe, or maybe they're like loosely associated. Maybe these are all separate outer gods that are associated with death. I'm like totally open to that, but I don't know, I just feel like saying that so many of the characters in the game are each other, I don't know. Maybe it can lend itself to it being kind of like interesting about like internal conflict or something, but at the same time it kind of seems like it is getting a little bit tangled and messy with a lot of the speculation. But that could just be me. I don't know. Whatever. Let's talk about Melina, because I feel like that is gonna kind of tie up all the loose ends that I think some people might have. So, and this is like one of the bigger things that I've noticed in my community, or people that are newer to my channel that come into the streams. And when I kind of loosely say Melina is the Glomide Queen, people don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna break this down really quick, because I don't think a lot of people have actually seen the Frenzied Flame ending or anything like that, but at the very end of the Frenzied Flame ending, we destroy the Erd Tree, and it like breaks the cycle, right? We don't iterate on the cycle, it's fully over and done. And after we do that, Melina is able to like open up her eye, and she says, I'm gonna deliver you what is yours, destined death. And that ties into the concept of destined death, which was what the Glomide Queen ruled over. She was like in charge of destroying the gods, she was in charge of death indiscriminate. And Melina has a lot of dialogue about that, and the dialogue around her birth is also quite weird, and I'm going to talk about that too. So let's break down some of her dialogue. So she says first that she is searching for her purpose given to her by her mother inside the Erd Tree long ago, for the reason that she yet lives burned and bodiless. So like, one, how could you be living burned and bodiless? Why does she have amnesia about that? Like, what is going on about that? It's also bizarre too that like her movement is stagnated. Like she's only able to go to certain areas, and we have to take her to the Erd Tree. So that's like an important plot point. There's also a weird room in the Forbidden Lands that looks like it was originally like a room where she was kept. Do I have a picture of that? Maybe I don't. But there's a room, oh yeah, I do. There's a room on the elevator. If you go up towards the Forbidden Lands, there's like a jump off point, and it's like a secret room. And this room has a door that has bars and like a jail cell happening. And then there's a royal official who is sitting in a chair outside of this room, and this is where you actually get Melena's Blade of Calling. So there's a weird prison that is in this elevator, and a lot of people didn't realize that it's like a jail cell. But yeah, there's bars on the door, and there's an official that's watching it, that's sitting outside of it. So that's weird. Another thing that's weird regarding her birth, or regarding like her origin and where she was kept, is that she seems to have a really confused idea about what motherhood is about. She doesn't really understand the circumstances of her birth, but she also doesn't understand what being born of a mother means. When you tell Bach that he's beautiful, he starts crying, and she says, "I think Bach misses his mother. Does being born of a mother mean one behaves in such a manner?" So it's kind of weird that she has this like relationship with her mother, but
Ooh,
she doesn't really
there's
know
ants
how she
back
came
here. I didn't know
about.
that.
She, talked to her mother long ago inside of the Erd Tree, but she doesn't really have like a maternal relationship with Queen Marika, and this aspect of like her identity and the circumstances of her birth are just like so bizarre. Like, was she born a preteen? How old is she? Is she 15? Is she like an infant? What's going on? I don't know.
Is that the map over there?
I don't know what her
I think it
deal
might be
is.
the
Was she
map.
the result of an Erd Tree birth that went wrong? Is she just a remembrance? Like, what is she? She doesn't have a physical body, so I was a little bit confused. But then she talks
the
about
map
how
yet.
she's long observed the lands between. This
Map
world
might
is
be
in
over
dire
here.
need of repair, and death indiscriminate. Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin? That's before we like take her to the Forbidden Lands to burn her. So she said she's going to deliver us what is ours, destined death. She has an eye that is like a purplish color, and a lot of people attribute this to being like dusk eye or gloam eye, like when the sun kind of sets below everything and the sky turns like that dark indigo color. Also, for those of you that were wondering, there's that entity called the Dusk-Eyed Queen, and there's another entity called the Gloam-Eyed Queen. I had Loki translate them. They are the same entity. That was a localization error, so they are the same. So it's good to know. Another little like cool fun fact about Melina is that her tattoo resembles a bird's foot. It has 3 claws, and then it also has the dew claw that is right here. So there's 4 claws. I know a lot of people were thinking it's 3-finger inspired, but it's actually like more avian inspired, which is a little neat like wink and a nod to the Deathrite birds and some of the like bird related imagery regarding death. So I kind of love that. For those of you that are wondering why was her eye closed, what does her eye open mean? So eyes symbolically in like in Soulsborne lore have to do with like truth or cosmic knowledge or divine knowledge that's otherwise like obscured or revealed. So I think that like her eye closed indicates like a form of amnesia, but her eye open indicates a form of awakening or insight or perception.
Get that here.
I think that's what that is
Oh
about.
my god, Alice
I know
died.
that Mesmer also has a
That was
closed
terrifying.
eye, so I kind of wonder if there's some people that speculate there's a relationship between Melina and Mesmer. I'd be curious about that because,
Okay.
you know,
There we go.
there's this idea of kindling or burning. She
Little
acts
bit
as kindling
terrifying.
for us, but she doesn't really have an affinity with
yeah.
fire outside of that. Like, she doesn't use fire attacks when we help her, or when we summon her to help us fight Morgott. She uses, like, holy attacks. So it's kind of interesting. She doesn't have this affinity with fire outside of being burned, and any maiden can be burned. It's not exclusive to her. So I find that interesting, but also there's like this this relationship with fire that Mesmer has, but he burns people. Like he's on the flip side of it. So like she's burning herself for sacrifice. He has an affinity with fire because he's like, there's a lot of theories, and I agree with this, that he may have like helped sealing away the giants.
Give me a sec, guys.
Or that he may have been his like era.
What? Okay, I'm back.
May have been associated with sealing. I don't know. This is all speculation, but it seems like maybe he was instrumental in the Giant Wars. We'll see. This is all like. I mean, he could have nothing to do with the Giant Wars, but it's just
Where's
interesting
the
that
map
like
here again? I
we
forget.
have this imagery with like the fire giants and flame and blood being a symbol of punishment, and then these boys, you know, being like humans that were gathered together and are being burned
It's probably
like
over
kindling,
here somewhere.
kinda.
Nameless Eternal City.
So it seems like almost like she was the burned and he is the burner. I don't know, but I
Can I
don't
grab
know.
this?
I think that the scorched butterfly itself, the fact that it serves as kindling for a number of items, like the function that we use the butterfly in, does attribute itself more to Melina than Mesmer. But I do think that the affinity with fire is more Mesmer. So I'm curious to see if they're tied together at all. Another,
Might be over
this
here.
is kind of a reach, but I thought it was kind of like a cute detail. Somebody pointed out that the veins that are on this butterfly's wings kind of look like the top of the Erd tree, and it kind of could resemble like the Erd tree burning, or like, you know, the first cardinal sin, maybe associated with Mesmer potentially being the first one who burned the Erd tree or attempted to burn the Erd tree. But yeah, I'd love to see more on that in the DLC. I think that that'll come to light soon, in June. It'll be sooner than we know. Oh, another little side note that I wanted to touch on that I thought was really cool. So Miyazaki loves to like iterate on previous NPCs like Big Cat Logan or like Yuria the Witch from Demon Souls, and like all the different witch iterations throughout all the Dark Souls games. He loves to take like NPC ideas and kind of like reiterate them or reformat them or rework them in a way that supports his like main story a little bit better, which I love that though. It's like a really clever way to reuse assets, so that way you're not like starting from ground one with every single thing that you do, and it allows you to make your next creation more robust and like to add more to it. Iterative work is awesome, and I don't want to downplay that.
Where the fuck is
I don't want to
this
make it seem like
map?
this is lazy, because I don't think that Elden Ring was like the product of laziness. I think it was the product of being able to like revise and iterate in a way to create this massive
like over here somewhere,
experience. Right? But I do think that Melina and like this whole Dust and Death theme, and Black Flame and Ash and Death, and like the
maybe it's farther in a
rejection
bit over here
of life, or like a false life cycle, does kind of like resemble Black Flame Freed's character design. The fact that she has like violet eyes.
Oh, you know, I think it's over here.
The fact that
Yeah,
she's like rejecting
it's like in the gazebo over here.
Flame. and that she's like representative of Black Flame. Her character design just reminds me so much of Melina. In
Yeah,
a
I
lot
think
of
this might
ways.
be
I think
it.
it's like the color palette and like the cloak
There we go.
and
That's
the violet eyes and the kind of like scarred face, or like the cloak, like, you know, I feel like there's a lot of inspiration being pulled from her, which I love to see. So yeah, that is the breakdown that I have of these 3 kids. I'm like curious to see in the end who is who, what is what, you know, whose identity is which. I'm like, I know that this is left ambiguous to
I'm still in combat. Why?
encourage the drama. Like, I know Miyazaki's out there, because, like, for those of you that don't know, Miyazaki's the most fucking dramatic developer. Like, he loves to start shit. So, for Dark Souls 1, he had the pendant item, and he kept, like, hinting that, like, oh, if you start with the pendant, something interesting will happen. And then it turns out that, like, there's nothing. Hold on, wait, let me see if I can find that interview. That one was like, that's my favorite fucking thing. Upon beginning a new Dark Souls game, you're offered the chance to pick a starting gift to help you on your travels. These range from very useful, like a master key that can unlock any door, to forgettable, like 10 firebombs. The most mysterious item was the pendant. In the in-game description it read, "Trinket, no effect, but fond memories can comfort travelers." Upon Dark Souls' release, game director Miyazaki said in Famitsu that he'd pick the pendant or nothing. For the last 13 months, fans have clamored to find out what hidden purpose it had. The Dark Souls wiki devoted 1,600 words to speculating as to its true effect. Only now has Miyazaki addressed this most
That's
mysterious
hilarious.
of items. When it comes to the pendant, I actually had a bit of an intention to play a prank. he
It's like
said.
the
That's right,
amulet
when I said it had
in
no effect,
for
what that meant was,
Exanima.
no, seriously, it has no effect. Given how insanely obscure Dark Souls' dense systems are, Miyazaki knew fans would go crazy figuring it out, so the whole thing was just a giant red herring to keep people guessing. Well played, Miyazaki-san. Well played. And I think that kind of like sums up Miyazaki's design philosophy in a lot of ways. I do think that keeping story elements dramatic, or keeping phrases a little bit vague, or, you know, some of the kanji that's being used to describe some of these things is quite archaic or flowery or a little strange. Even in Japanese, I know. So, like, the word crucible can be interpreted in English so many different ways, but in Japanese it's only interpreted one way, and there's a lot of, like, localization efforts to try to, like, discern the meaning behind particular NPCs and concepts and items. And so it's really interesting that we see, you know, how community-driven these games are, because since its inception, Demon's Souls was, like, so esoteric and like none of the menus made any sense, so it really allowed the community to come together and try to like decipher everything. And I love that about the lore. That's why I love the lore, is because it's community driven too. And I think writing these like vague characters, or writing scenarios in which one character can be another character, or that there's a spirit self and a physical self, I think that it lends itself to the drama, and I love that. And that's why I want to encourage y'all to check out Tim Diggity's video on Is Melina Mikola, because I think it's compelling. Even though I'm not like fully sold on it, I think it's compelling, and I think that y'all should absorb all the weird ass theories while we still can, because this is the most like beautiful time for Soulsborne lore. It's like everybody can be correct and wrong, and we're all just like having a good time throwing spaghetti at the wall trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. So yes, thank you. This video was like super fucking long, but I hope that y'all have fun. And I'm gonna be creating, like, I'm gonna be doing a ton of content. Obviously I'm gonna be streaming my playthrough of the DLC, completely like first time, no knowledge. We're gonna be like hitting every single wall. We're gonna be looking for all the mysteries. It's gonna be fantastic. So make sure to tune in for that. I'll be sure to play alongside you guys. And then I'm also gonna do like a couple of just fun videos, kind of like a, you know, like maybe like a breakdown of things that I'm most looking forward to for the DLC. Like I want to talk about the Eokite, I want to talk about the Briars and the Bloodstar, I want to talk about all that stuff. So yeah, I think that we're gonna be in for a treat with the DLC, and I'm quite excited. So, yeah, thank you so much. Bye, 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 bye.
Mm.
Maybe the more casual player doesn't know this, but in Elden Ring, if you press heavy attack with a straight sword and then you press heavy attack again, that's the move you'll get on most straight swords. There used to be straight swords that did this. Now they're all gone. Back in Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, we had straight swords that did that. Now the only one that we have that does it is the short sword. I would like it.
I got summoned. Oh. It's anticlimactic.
If we got another straight sword, a long sword even, that did that in Elden Ring. And so I made this build as a way to ask that of Mr. Miyazaki. I beat the game using only the short sword. I do PvP mostly using the short sword. And, you know, honestly, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. I like this thing. I just wish it was longer. Or give it the same modifier that daggers get on their critical attacks. Because that's the way it worked in Dark Souls 3 for sure, and Dark Souls 2, I believe. In Dark Souls 3, the short sword had a critical modifier of, what was it, 110? Which isn't a lot, but, you know, it's pretty good. I think daggers had like 130 or 140 or something like that. This thing doesn't have a critical modifier, it's just 100. You know, that's just regular. So, you know, at least give it the critical modifier. Now, interestingly enough, that heavy attack chain that it has, the R2, I may call it, that is the same R2 chain that daggers have. At least the Misericord has it. I'm pretty sure other ones have it. So it's just dagger heavy attacks on a straight sword.
You watched the Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer. There's a black samurai. 214,000 likes and 302,000 dislikes. Damn. So it's like mixed in favor of people disliking it. That's interesting. I'll have to watch it. I actually didn't know they're making a new Assassin's Creed. But I guess they're always making a new Assassin's Creed. I don't really play this AC games. I did like the early ones though.
Not just me, others as well. We miss that Lothric Knight sword. We miss that Baldur's Side sword. We miss that Fume Knight sword. And Dark Souls 2 had another one as well that had the double poke.
This sounds like Exanima players asking for different kinds of armor.
I think it was like the Soldier's Sword or something like that. Foot Soldier's Sword. That's what it was. We miss it. And so, you know, give it back. In Shadow of the Erdtree, let me have double pokes. But as I was saying, the short sword, I don't hate it. You know? It can hit. It can hit, which is pretty interesting. The heavy attacks chain together pretty well on roll catches, and the fact that you can charge them up fully or a little bit, you know, that definitely helps with that. Now, keep in mind that there's no critical modifier on this short sword, okay? But, you know, you can see how much damage you do with riposts and backstabs. It's a lot.
He stopped on Black
It's a lot.
Flash. It's the best AC game.
You know?
I think I only
To be
played like
physically infused even.
I think I
that's not
played
an
like the
elemental
first
infusion.
and second AC
That's-
game, and just
so
like a little
that's
bit.
pretty hefty armor.
like a couple of hours.
Taking
each.
1,241 damage on
And that's about
on a
it.
riposte. And 851 on a backstab. Now watch this. We got the piercing fang. I don't know how on earth I didn't get that parry. Actually, I do know. Miyazaki was watching this.
That was like
and he said,
before
"Don't
Steam
give him that.
existed, I think.
It'll go to his head. It'll go to his head. You know what'll go to this guy's head? My sword. My sword will go to his head. I have to, you know.
Ooh, that guy has
I gotta
privileged
show respect
charge.
for
That's
that.
pretty cool.
R2, just like that, just like that, and then we hit him with that slow walk in the sunset. Look at that. Also, the fashion on this build, next level, unparalleled even. We look straight up out of Dark Souls 1, 2, maybe 3 a little bit. Wearing that knight helmet, covered in tattered old rags and spiky boots. I love this build's fashion. This is kind of like an Elden Ring Baldur Knight, except I don't have my sweet Baldur Knight side sword. My sweet swag sword. I love the guy that teabags and is this laggy. Does the poison rot rapier. Just get him out of here. 1,438 damage on that riposte right there. And again, there's no critical modifier. Give me one. I want my backstabs to do 1,100 damage. You know? I deserve it, honestly. If I'm going to play with the short sword, I deserve that. I deserve to have it. Give it to me. And if you're not going to give me that, then at least, look at the R2. R2. I love it. If you're not going to give me that, at least give me, you know, a really long version of this sword. I'm a simple man. I'm easy to please, and I'm willing to meet you in the middle, Miyazaki. Give it to me. This build is level 150, which is why I keep invading this area right here. This will happen a lot to your meta level builds up to 150. Honestly, it kind of sucks, but I'm gonna keep this character here at level 150, and I have some other characters at 138 and 125, and I'm gonna keep them there as well. The recent Dragoon build that I made, you guys might have seen the video for that. I'm also gonna keep it at that level range, and the reason being, I like level 200 and 168. I like those level ranges for invasions. And by the way, those aren't meta levels, right? Like, I understand why I understand why some people say 150 meta, 168 meta, 90 meta, 80 meta, but you're just adding meta. And that's not what that means, right? The meta level can change, sure, but it hasn't. And for duels, meta level is 125. It's just a pet peeve. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just saying. Sorry, bit of a personal pet peeve, I guess. Anyway, I've got some characters at this level range. I'm gonna keep them here, despite the fact that it's all lake gankers and bonfire duelists or grace goblins and boss fog fights. Because once the DLC comes out, there's going to be a lot of new places to invade, and it will probably be good for this level range. So I'm going to stick where I'm at. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Later, y'all.
Oh, give me a sec. I'm back.
In case you haven't noticed, both of the big console manufacturers are having a bit of a bad time. Most recently, the Xbox president, Sarah Bond, has gotten herself and her company in the news. This is all because of a disastrous interview. She was asked why Tango Gameworks, the people who made Hi-Fi Rush, had to be shut down, and she really didn't have any form of reasonable answer. So we're going to dive into that and basically work out some of why Xbox Studios appears to be an ongoing disaster. But of course, over in the land of the PlayStation, things are not getting any easier. They are approaching the launch of Ghost of Tsushima on PC. I've got to say that as an enjoyer of games, I am extremely excited for that. I mean, a game of that fidelity with such an amazing art style, absolutely to the tits with all that a PC can throw at it, that is such an exciting prospect. But it's also going to be a problem for a lot of people. The whole PSN issue is seriously impacting them, right? It's actually meant even more sales restrictions, even more refunds, and of course, even more bad press for PC audiences. And that is rough, because I think this is a game that, by all accounts, should do absolutely amazingly on the PC platform. In both cases, though, neither of these companies has anything good to say. They have not been able to work out good actions. So, at the Bloomberg Tech Conference, journalist Dina Bass got to interview Sarah Bond, the president of Xbox. And in any normal week, this would have been a very straightforward, investor-focused thing, right? It would have been so boring we would not be talking about it. But in the wake of closing 4 studios, it obviously wasn't a normal week. And that means that Sarah Bond has inadvertently became the story herself. In the interview, she did just kind of rattle off the usual Xbox press lines, that the industry is changing, that it's beginning to slow down in terms of growth. Like, actually, they're not getting lots of new players, and Microsoft are trying to capitalize on that with things like cloud gaming and with Game Pass. But even in Game Pass, a recent story has been just how much the growth of that has stagnated, and I can certainly say from the prospect of co-running a game studio, and I suppose via that, just having a little bit of insight into the funding landscape, everybody in the indie scene knows that Game Pass deals are not something that, well, they're just not something that people are getting as much these days. It is way harder. Microsoft are, you know, they are tightening the coin purse. The explanation that we got from Sarah when asked about the layoffs, and Tango Gameworks in particular, was it was not great. So IGN transcribed it. I am going to read you the transcription. This is what Sarah said. You know, it's always extraordinarily hard when you have to make decisions like that, Bond said. I'll go back to what I was saying about the industry. And when we look at those fundamental trends, we feel a responsibility to ensure that the games we make, the devices we build, the services that we offer are there through moments, even when the industry isn't growing and when you're through a time of transition. And the news we announced earlier this week is an outcome of that, and our commitment to make sure that the business is healthy for the long term.
I might die here.
Amazing, deep, meaningful words from the president. It really is a funny situation, isn't it? That is what we call a deflection, right? I mean, Sarah, you're not playing Sekiro. I mean, I know you want to parry, but that's not how this combat system works. You tried to parry, we all noticed that, and your HP is just taking some damage. At no point does she actually explain why those studios were cut. Just that not having Tango Gameworks or Arcane Austin will be a long-term healthy.
Oh my god, double
Azure. You are like,
it's bad.
If you're like yourself, you might be thinking, wow, I thought Hi-Fi Rush was a big success.
That's why I have the shield for.
Said it was a big success.
That would have one-shot me without a shield.
Metrics. Hi-Fi Rush 2, would that not be a long-term healthy move? Building out a new brand, Microsoft making new IP. The idea of Arcane Austin.
Now we go even farther.
Making a immersive
Yeah, watch out for the bounce.
In a world where Microsoft is particularly struggling to release first-party titles, surely that's the sort of thing that would have been a long-term healthy move. Because really, these all do look like very short-term moves, Sarah. Normally, that would be that, but here's the good news. The journalist in question actually wanted to do a good job. Therefore, that bullshit answer from Sarah was not taken. Some pushback was actually given, right? And unfortunately for Sarah, it did mean that she was put in a rather awkward position.
Oh my god, that might hit me.
Was a success
I might die here, I'm dead.
Own admission,
oh my
god.
god.
That studio really did not make sense. Now, you would also think that big, potentially
might be out of range.
You would think that a company like Microsoft would intensely workshop a answer, right? That their PR team would be drilling,
oh no,
that's
so close.
These awkward questions. With that in mind, here's what Sarah said.
Too far away.
One of the things I really love about the games industry is it's a creative art form. And it means that the situation and what success is for each game in the studio is really unique. There's no one-size-fits-all for us, and so we look at each studio, each team, we look at a whole variety of factors when we're faced with making decisions and trade-offs like that. But it all comes back to our long-term commitment to the games we create, the devices we build, the services, and ensuring that we're setting ourselves up to be able to deliver on those promises. That was Sarah's answer. And you know what's worse, I would say, than corporate deflection? I think suggesting that subjective measures of success mean that even if the people who own you say that you are successful by every metric, that it doesn't actually matter. Sarah's response is awful. She essentially said, you'll be let go regardless of a sensible rationale or one that we're willing to communicate publicly. That there are unique circumstances that don't reflect their work to date, that of course they're not willing to share or explain. What we've actually learned here is that Xbox PR have actually not worked out what the company line is. Xbox do not know how to spin this story. Essentially, in a situation like this, you need a spin doctor. You need the Alistair Campbell, I suppose, of Xbox to get everybody in shape and to get the party line worked out. They don't have that. And that means that they don't have any reasonable answer. That leaves them looking like fools, and worse, because there is no easy to understand sort of process here. For people who work at Microsoft Studios, all that this does is further
ready for DLC.
Of unease, of not knowing, and it even fosters hopelessness. Because if your game completely crashes and burns, you can sort of understand that. If they ended up taking the decision to close Arcane Austin, and they basically said, listen, Redfall was obviously a challenging development, there was high staff turnover, and we just don't feel that this studio is really able to do its job, and it doesn't make sense for us to have it be a support studio, therefore we're going to close the studio and reallocate some of the traffic. That is the sort of thing that people could actually believe, that people could understand. But when it's a situation like with Tango, where it's high value, a game that Microsoft have said is brilliant, a game that Microsoft said exceeded their expectations, and a game that was used as the vanguard of their multi-platform publishing scheme, right? And putting it on PlayStation. It doesn't make sense. They have no way to make it sense to people. And when bad things happen that people can't put into context, that people don't understand, guess what happens? They lose hope. And the problem with Xbox is they've consistently been saying the first-party games will come. Starfield
I would hate to
come.
work for Microsoft.
It will help us. Halo
Imagine
Infinite
that.
will be a
They
year
just like
late,
let you
but
go
it'll
for
be worth it.
even if you're
It's
doing well.
all for Game Pass.
It's like, yep,
don't
you're gone.
worry about the other
Bye-bye.
problems. We have a plan. Whereas
for all the
Sony
work.
have just been delivering another really good console and lots of really good games. Meanwhile, Steam, the PC platform, has been doing amazingly for gaming. So Xbox have continually been trading off trying to say that they have a good strategy and hope. And all they are doing is crushing that. What's even funnier is this incredible shot from the Bloomberg production team where we see Xbox's declining growth, but it still is absolutely massive. And that being presented during Bond's description of the layoffs being as a result of decisions and trade-offs. The recent year-over-year growth, while it is declining, it is very, very, very big. And I think the problem here is, with that curve going down, they have evidently flinched. They have panicked, and they felt that they've needed to make these decisions. But what if that dip now is because you're investing in things like Hi-Fi Rush 2, like turning your Arcane Austin asset into something that can be productive by redoubling on its core competencies. Really, it is baffling, and I think that shot just shows it all. What Xbox did want us to know, though, is that they're launching their mobile gaming store this summer. Yes, and that was one of the key features of the mergers that they kept repeating, that they wanted King's Experience to get into the mobile market. This is going to involve a web-only app store for the time being, launching with support for purchases in Xbox apps like Candy Crush and Minecraft, but eventually they'll open it up to partners. And if you're wondering why they're going to do a web store that just has their own games, basically the USA has not been forcing Apple or Google to open their platforms up fully to third-party stores. Now that still may happen, and then over in the EU, Apple are fighting the Digital Markets Act, of course, at every turn. But still, even with pushback from the platform holders, Microsoft essentially just wants a way that people can buy whatever in-game currencies are there for something like Candy Crush, where they just have to give less of a cut to Apple. Now, for more directly gaming-related news, there was some talk about how the multi-plat Xbox games have gone, the likes of, say, Sea of Thieves. Bond basically said that they were encouraged by the reception, but of course did not want to share specifics. So she didn't have information on hand, but the PlayStation blog actually did. They released the results of April downloads, and it actually turns out that Xbox multi-plat games did well. Sea of Thieves was 3rd in US Canada, 1st in EU, Grounded was 9th in US Canada, and 8th in EU, which is fairly good. And again, considering that the only games that beat Sea of Thieves in the Americas were Helldivers 2 and Stellar Blade, both platform exclusives, I think that does point to a fairly successful result. If only success was something that Xbox used to determine whether studios closed or not. But speaking of PlayStation, that leads me to our next topic, because they've also had a rather bad week. For 2 generations, Sony have been at the top of the console space. That's our context here. They have controlled the market through PlayStation Network. They have dominated, but now the industry is getting tighter. They need more money, and that has brought them to the PC platform, which has obviously meant a bit of a fundamental flaw in their entire business model. PlayStation, despite being globally successful, are not actually global, and that is why the Ghost of Tsushima store page looks like this days ahead of launch, right? We actually see this like banner warning that is there. So that's quite something. And then when you take a look at the back end, well, SteamDB are pointing out that Helldivers 2 purchase restrictions were actually updated to add the Baltics, and then further to that, Ghost of Tsushima has now got the same purchase restrictions. And the reason why there, like, it does make a lot of sense. Basically, PSN is not available in those regions, and Sony would be in a situation where if PSN isn't available in your region, but you know, you need PSN to play a multiplayer component, then Sony would be basically asking you to break their own terms of service, right? That would obviously be a mess. Now, Sony do not want to implement a third-party moderation system for accounts. They don't want to do an account system like, say, BattlEye. They already have one, the one they built for PlayStation Network. And that means that nearly 200 countries under Sony's own terms of service cannot actually make an account, and that means that people in those regions cannot buy games, even if it is just required for the multiplayer function, not core single player. So that means if you're in the Baltics and you want to play Ghost of Tsushima and you only want to play single player, unfortunately, screw you. Sony don't want to be in a position where their products are only partially usable by customers, or be tacitly saying, hey, buy our game, break our terms of service, we want your money. They can't do that. And this is Sony's decision. This was confirmed by Johan Pilstedt, who is the CEO of Arrowhead, or the people who make Helldivers 2. He said that, yes, it was updated to be unavailable for purchase and several more reasons, and he explained what the situation was. Now, Valve, they have cleaned up some details to match, but the people making the calls here are Sony. Now, fortunately, Ghost of Tsushima is not out yet, and that means that Steam is automatically refunding people who purchased the game, like, you know, who pre-ordered in those regions. So those refunds are automated, which of course you'd bloody well hope they are. But again, as we can see from that message from Johan, very much this is still an ongoing conversation. Sony have basically been caught with their pants down here. They haven't been able to give any form of actual resolution, and that just means that right now they're days away from a major release and they are somewhat screwed. And at the same time, live service is still a major part of Sony's plans. They are working on a bunch of them. Those will likely depend on PSN in some way for moderation, and that kind of means that Sony is in crisis. And in crisis, the first thing that you got to do is triage, right? You can't actually solve the problem immediately. So, from Sony's perspective, again, big company, they are thinking about risk, reducing it as fast as they can. And in PlayStation's case, right now, that means that they are not asking potential customers to break terms of service or to buy a game that they cannot fully use. And the reason there, well, in some cases, will be to minimize legal risk, to minimize bad press. And yes, they have got bad press, but that press could be worse. It means that they don't have to deal with Valve asking why they are processing even more refunds and, you know, potentially eating some costs there in terms of payment processing. But of course, it doesn't solve the actual problem, which is that for unspecified reasons, PSN does not support loads of regions when you sign up. But of course, Steam's store, other than the locally, prohibited versions that are in China and Vietnam, Steam is global. So you just have a fundamental mismatch in platforms. Like, remember, Sony sell game consoles. They've never had to do PSN in such a way that it would support regions where they do not sell consoles, right? Or, you know, where they maybe had people, say, signing up but just making fake accounts. Now, in that latter case, it was actually a negligible audience unless there was, you know, some sort of additional problem with an account. So for Sony, it didn't really matter if you used a VPN to sign up. But now the scale is larger, the potential right, of, you know, bad press or really bad customer service problems, that's much higher, and that's why they've put a tourniquet on to stop the bleeding. But the structural surgery to fix this problem, that takes time, because it means changing on a technical level how PSN is working, right? So it very much is the tourniquet analogy. You put the tourniquet on and, okay, you've bought some time. That person needs to get to a field hospital or whatever, and then the tourniquet needs to come off, because as you know, if a tourniquet is on for too long, then you can very much get the bad blood and die. Their immediate stop the bleeding, reduce our liability problem, yes, that's been a problem, and they've basically solved that. But now they're left with a really bad fundamental situation that they were not ready for. Not technically, not in terms of public relations. And to tie our two stories together, what we essentially see is two companies having problems and not being in a position to give their customers, or even their investors, clear answers, clear explanations about why any of this is going on, and ultimately, that just makes them look like clowns. It makes press, customers, and even investors trust them less. Yeah, I suppose it's that thing that I sometimes in my head call stupidity at scale. It's the idea, I mean, you know how it is. A small group of people, they can work together and be, as a whole, more intelligent. If you just keep on adding people and departments and chains of command and more chains of command and processes and sign-offs, it's not just that your returns are diminishing. I think your returns are actually negative. So as you add people, you know, you can do more and you can do more, and then actually you suddenly start doing less and are more stupid. I think that's why a lot of this corporate stupidity happens. Think of ants in an ant colony. The sort of macroorganism that is this corporation, it just hasn't evolved in a way where it can deal with these problems. At the very least, we all get to laugh about it, and I suppose mostly as PC gamers, we got freedom. We got freedom that they don't have. So that's it for today's video. Let me know, though, what are your thoughts on this? If you know anything about the Tango Gameworks story, I would seriously love to know. Sarah Bond ain't giving us answers, so hopefully somebody leaks. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed today's video. There is more on the channel, and I will be back tomorrow. So thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll see you then.
All right, so I've had a lot of people talk about this, and like people have been posting about it a lot. Yeah, this is, oh, here's one right here. Well, I'll watch the trailer first, and I'll create my own opinion.
Who are you? Who do you serve?
Why is he talking in British English? This is a samurai talking in British English.
Our land,
Looks nice.
our customs, my family burns in the name of unification.
Okay.
You are still a frog in a well who knows nothing of the sea. The ocean's filled with new ships, but they all come from the same river. Greed.
So this is the guy?
Power.
Didn't there used to be like a there's like a black samurai actually in
My
history?
understanding, by the way, is that's not what they did, but it doesn't really matter.
Maybe they're drawing inspiration from that.
That's cool.
And you? Will you continue down that river? Or choose another path beyond what we see?
Then we must look for it together.
I mean, this doesn't look too bad. I mean, it would be nice if like the voice actors were speaking in Japanese and then there'd be like subtitles, but whatever, I guess. But yeah, there did used to be. I'm pretty sure there did used to be like a black man who became a samurai in Japan. So if that's like the story about him, that could be pretty cool.
We must learn to trust, rebuild.
And follow the blade.
I will say the choreography for like the fights is pretty cool.
It's a pretty badass trailer so far. I just wish they were speaking Japanese. Maybe like 50% more badass if everyone was speaking Japanese. Maybe even 100%.
I love it. Look.
We are the shadows.
That serve the light.
Okay, so there it is, and that's the game right
It looks
there.
pretty
World
good.
Game. And
But it's
so
Ubisoft,
basically,
so
a lot of people are mad because apparently this black guy, like this is Yasuke. I don't look. I don't know a lot about Japanese, like, when was this? This was like the 1800s, right? I'm pretty sure like early 1800s, somewhere around there. I don't really say, was it 1600s? Okay, yeah, I don't remember exactly, because I remember, like the Nobunaga, who was like the guy who this guy served. The reason why, like, one big thing with him is he used like guns and like his armies, and that's like where they showed it, but he used it with like bow and arrows too. And so like there's like an element of this that's like attached to realism and like to something that actually happened. He wasn't a samurai. Yeah, like I'll tell you this, right, is I've read things about this, I've heard things about this, I watched like a documentary about like this time period even. This guy was never even mentioned. Like, it never even got mentioned once, right? Like, I had no idea this guy even existed until, what do you call it? And until this game got announced. Right?
Quadruple A studio.
Well, like, he was a slave.
I know, right? It better be good.
Literally no one in our...
It's a whole extra A.
So we have Yasuke, but there's not a single mention of Nobunaga Oda. Seems weird or off.
Your hands are busy?
There clearly is, right? I mean, like...
Ooh, with what?
I would say like this kind of indicates. I mean, I bet that's him.
You gooning right now?
To say, I bet that's probably
you
him.
You a gooner?
No, I could be wrong, but if I had to guess, that's it. Let me see what this says.
Ooh, so we got our first look at the new Assassin's Creed game.
This,
I gotta say, man, I'm not impressed. I'm actually just really annoyed right now. We have two main protagonists, one female, one male, just like Odyssey. One music.
Might get hit by this.
I said that
barely.
Right? Female Japanese character. Yeah. And for the male characters, they're going to be using Yasuke. Now, I'm annoyed because they're using Yasuke.
I can't even see the boss right now. I'm so confused. Oh, the furled finger. Oh, everyone died except for me.
When in all actuality, he was not even a samurai.
Oh.
He was a retainer. So he wasn't even a full-blown samurai.
Sandwich.
And for all of the characters they could have used for Japan, all
I,
these
I've
kinda
never
different
I've
people
never
they
done
could
it with a
pick from,
sandwich before.
They picked Yasuke.
That's pretty gross.
Why do they
But the
pick
man gives it
Yasuke?
more.
Because he's black.
Obviously.
So in context, that doesn't matter to me. Because in all the Assassin's Creed games, every single character has been of some kind of different race and nationality. So that doesn't matter to me. That's fine. But you have to understand what day and age we're in. You have to understand the kind of social shit that they want to try to get across in these video games now. So instead of using a Japanese man in a game based in Japan, like they did with the other Assassin's Creed games, Altair, he was an Arab, obviously. One
Big
of my
surprise.
favorites, Connor, in Assassin's Creed 3, he was Native American. That was fine. And the most famous of them all, Ezio Auditore, who was Italian. So why in all those games would you have a character representative of the region they're from? But in this game, you want to demote a Japanese man and then use Yasuke. I understand why, we know why, but they're not going to tell you why, because if you call it out, you're some kind of ist or phobe or whatever. And since I'm black and I'm calling it out, that means that I must hate my skin or something. You know how they do. I just see this, and my immediate thought is, they did
How
this
could
for
you
brownie
hate your
points.
own
I can't
skin?
think-
Yeah, I think that's the way a lot of people feel that. It's the same with having like a girl as an assassin. Like what the like, bro? Like yeah, you had a little bit of that, but like, what are we doing here? Like, we gonna really talk about this is what feudal Japan was like? It's a story about a black guy and a girl. Like that's just probably not the way it was. And it's like it doesn't really matter, right? It's like, you know, for example, because I was thinking about this, is like The Last Samurai, because like Tom Cruise, The Last Samurai. Like, why did people? Like, because I don't know, like, how much different really is that versus this? It's hard really to say, because I was typing that too. That's a fair point. There are better choices. Yeah, and it's just like, here's the problem with like something like this. This is where I come from with this. Very different era though. Yeah, that's true. Is that whenever I see like a game that comes out and it has, you
Never
know,
ate a
this is
sandwich,
feudal
I pity you.
Japan, and like the main character is a black guy and a
Oh,
girl,
you're eating the sandwich. I
I
understand now.
immediately like there's like no escapism that this can provide, because the entire story is built on the foundation of trying to appeal to a quote modern audience. Like that's the way that I see it. Is like whenever I look at something like this, I don't view this as like an authentic like piece of fiction. I don't view it as a, you know, like it's not historical.
I feel like the
it's just,
connection
kind of
points.
fan fiction in a way.
If I'm doing this,
And so not appeal to, but
there needs
influence.
to be
Well, either way,
joints
right?
here.
Whatever you want to call it. I don't want to argue like
this
what
doesn't
the
work
word
very
one
well.
uses,
Let's
but
go undo all of that.
just overall, like if I was a Japanese person, I would probably be kind of annoyed by this. I'm not, so like I don't really like. I mean, I don't like what the fuck does my opinion matter, right? But the
This
truth
part
is
doesn't
that
need to exist
that's
anymore.
the way I see it. Whenever I see a
And
game
then we'll
that gets
just, like,
released
redo
and
the
it
back.
has something like this,
That-
I
so
just
that
immediately
supports the
don't take it
legs.
seriously. Because it's just that
And then we can spread these legs
I
out a
think
little
I
bit
just
more.
assume it's fake. Like
Or
it's
these
just some bullshit,
appendages.
fake bullshit. That's it. I mean, you should care about appeal and influence because the idea is to indeed influence. Yeah, but everybody also has the right to influence people how they choose because everybody has the right to expression, even if you disagree with them. Just like we do whenever we're talking about it right now. All art is bullshit and fake. Yeah, you're right. It is all bullshit and fake. But there's something that's like a willing suspension of disbelief. And I think that really, I don't really get that with this game because it's just so in your
There were
face.
times
and
when
it just
Ubisoft
seems like,
removed a crossbow from AC1 because it wasn't
it's like there's
appropriate
no
time
way
period.
this was done without.
I don't.
Like, this
I
was
don't remember
done
that.
very clearly
Like-
because
like I said,
of,
I
like,
haven't
the
really
race
played
and gender of the characters. Like,
AC a
that's
whole
why
lot,
it's
or
like
like
this.
back then I
It's
didn't really
forced,
pay
yeah,
attention
and
to
like I see that
like,
it's just
game
like
news
okay,
and
this
stuff.
is just we gotta take it that seriously, you know? Break some roads, too blatant, yeah.
Of any other reason why you would have a Assassin's Creed game.
And by
based-
the way, if this is important, somebody mentioned this in chat. The game's good. It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Like people still play the game if it's good.
I think the armor and
Like,
the
if
art
the
looks
game's
pretty good
genuinely
though.
good, has great gameplay. People still play it. Doesn't matter.
to Japan, which we've been clamoring for since the beginning
Protagonist
of
looks
Assassin's
cool.
You would
Creed.
assume that.
And then have
you
the
know, yeah.
main protagonist that is a male be black. I see that and I'm like, there's no other reason than I want claps for it. There's no other reason. And I'm an Assassin's Creed fan. I've played every game. I love every game. And one of my favorite characters is actually Cassandra from Odyssey. So nobody can sit here and say, I don't like women or I don't like diverse people or whatever, when one of my favorite characters is diverse. Hell, Connor Kenway and Hatham
It's not about hating women or like thinking the diversity is bad. It's that whenever you try to tell a story, like, it's just like with like, especially, and this is the case with like, I would say like more realistic fantasy.
There we go.
There's not
So
a
this-
real situation where like a woman is going to be able to like beat
This
three
is
guys
what you'd
as
more
an assassin.
expect to see.
It's just not real. Everybody knows it's not
with
real.
like this kind of appendage.
And so it just seems silly.
So
And,
if,
like,
if
it
you ever
makes
flipped a
sense in
crab
games
upside
like,
down, it'll be
like
a
WoW,
bit like that.
because you have like magic or like, you know, she's an archer or something like that, for sure. But like if you're talking about actually like physical hand-to-hand like prowess in combat, there's no way. Anti-women settings, yeah, come on, like what are we talking about here?
Wait, those are some of my favorite characters from Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
So before the idiots want to start, that's not the reason. The reason is I see straight through this bullshit, and I know
Yeah.
exactly why they picked this character. It's annoying. That's
It's like a
if Ghost
different
of
kind of
Tsushima, Instead of
racism.
using Jin, they
It's
use
like-
a white dude. People would be like, that doesn't make any sense.
They're
Yeah, but
This
overcompensating
doesn't make
for
any
like
sense.
so
It's
much that
stupid.
it
I know
becomes like
exactly why you're
racism in
doing
the
it.
opposite
I see
direction.
Straight through it. It's annoying. It's pandering. It doesn't do anything for me but piss me off.
People say Lara Croft, yeah. A lot of people that use like examples of other characters, like they have things like Lara Croft is shooting people with a gun. Do you see kind of like what the difference is? So like that's the way it makes sense, but like I'm saying in like physical combat. In physical combat, there's not a realistic situation where
Oh shit, I got summoned.
you know, any guy who's like even partially trained at all to be like a fighter is gonna lose to some girl.
What is
Like
this?
it's just probably not gonna happen. Like let's be honest here. And so whenever I see this happen in games and it's done this way, it just seems like bullshit to me.
Oh my
I
god.
think obviously this character and the game
I
exists
forgot I had
as a way
comment
to
Zer
spread some sort of,
slotted
you know,
like
diversity
as my
message,
as my
something like
active
that.
spell. I was gonna like
I can see why
I was gonna
Assassin's
spam
Creed
some
fans would be annoyed by it.
glintstone at him
It does
not
seem
use
kind of
comment Zer.
patronizing in
That
a
worked
way,
too.
especially whenever the character like the Yasuke is like.
Maybe like tone deaf.
There,
I don't
there's
think
so
they're
much
tone deaf.
contention, right?
They,
Even if like you
like
you
a
think
lot
that
of people
he's,
work
like,
on
a
these
samurai
games
or
and-
whatever. There's a tremendous amount of contention about whether it's true or
Like these games take a really long time, and also a lot of people work on these games. It's not tone deaf. Everything. A game is developed with intention. Everything about a game is developed with intention. Even the bugs have been developed with intention. So, everything that you see in a game is exactly how the game developer wants it to be. Like game developers are gods. You have no idea how much power like a single game developer has over, or like a lead developer has over the direction of a game. It's it's not tone deaf. It's just they choose to do this because I don't know why. Maybe like I would assume it's like some kind of it's probably a mix between like I would say like white person guilt and then also like since Ubisoft is like a massive company, they want to appear good. They want to appear like they're on the right side of history, but they've taken it too far. And also like they haven't I guess like one of the arguments here is that like there is a black samurai, but they also have like other stuff in there that's not really historical. So it's just like whatever, right? It's just like the American impression of how it was back then, mixed in with like modern politics about race and ethnicity. Yeah, it's just all really silly stuff.
or not. People saying L-Take live in La La Land. Well, it's just yeah. That's. I mean, look, it's just biology, right? I mean, I'm not look, I didn't go complain to God. Like, I didn't make it this way. I'm not, look, I'm not fighting. I'm not trying to say this is the way it should be. Like, this is just the way it is. I mean, I don't know what to say. Anyway, most heroic thing about this trailer is they left the comments open. That's true. Always remember the best part of the Ubisoft game is usually the trailers. Piracy isn't stealing if buying is not owning. It has nothing to do with it. After seeing this trailer, I'm excited to play Ghost of Tsushima. In the eyes of Ubisoft execs, this is a $70 plus rental. Remember, never pre-order. It's impossible for me to play a samurai game after Ghost of... Dude, every single one of these comments are bad. Oh my god. Asking for pre-orders without gameplay is wild. Where's the pre-order thing? Available November. What is this? Oh my god. They're doing it again. Who cares about the main character? The game's $130. This is insane.
Wow, really? Is that for like the deluxe version or what?
Are you kidding me? It's $130 for the game, and you get 3. Oh.
Yeah, it's for the ultimate version. The standard edition is $70.
Oh my god. So the base game, guys, this is the base game. It's $70. You don't take into account weapon mastery. Women can easily win if they're better with a sword or a dagger. I implore you, please, please, please.
Wow.
Learn your biology, man. Learn your biology. I get what you're saying, but let's be honest. Let's be real. Come on, stop it. Just stop it. Anyway, standard edition is $70. The gold edition is $110. Oh my god. Somebody's using the example of Joan of Arc. How many times are you gonna type that? You're so dumb. What are you doing?
What is he doing?
That's like a terrible example. That's an awful fucking example. Joan of Arc was a leader, not a warrior. Yeah, she was a religious zealot. She thought God was talking to her. They burned her alive. Yeah, is that a warrior? What, because she found a sword?
Because he played
yeah, sure.
Age of Empires, and Joan of Arc is like a hero unit.
All I'm saying is, like, that's just not what it was. In this situation, you're the one in the wrong.
That's
It has nothing
why.
to do with biology, slit someone's throat. It does. Like, I understand that. Oh, God. I would just implore you, please look into biology and how people are going to react to things. Just come on. Like, it's just the culture and the time back then. It's just completely unrealistic. It's completely unrealistic. I'm sorry. And I think that how many of you guys, how many normal, rational people do we have in here that see how obviously fucking unrealistic and ridiculous this is? I mean, everybody, it's outrageous. What are you even talking about? What are we even talking about? It's not even close. It's fucking dumb. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, but anybody arguing this is just fucking delusional. I don't even know. Why are we still talking about this? Look at this here. $130 for the game. This is exactly what they did with Star Wars. They're doing it again. Everybody's mad about the character. Maybe this is their strategy. You know what? Maybe this is the new Ubisoft strategy. Add in a main character for a game that's really controversial, and that way it'll distract people from the fact that you're trying to get people to spend $130 for the fucking game. This is insane. Oh my god.
That is a lot of money.
I don't even know what to say. Well, it's just like the 3-day. Why do you have 3-day early access? A season? Wait, there's a season pass?
How much is $130 in Ukrainian dollars? It must be a lot.
Are you kidding me? Why is there a
And
season
that's like even more,
pass?
like same situation with like Canadians and Australians too.
Well, let me see if I can figure this out. All right, so it says season pass includes a bonus quest on day 1 with additional unlockable content as well as 2 upcoming expansions. So let me get this straight. You buy the game and you don't even get everything in the game. It's day 1 DLC. Why do people buy this shit? Like,
And you don't
I
even own
really
it
hope
either. Like
they
Ubisoft
stop doing
says,
this.
like you
This is
shouldn't own your
crazy,
games,
man.
so you're just
Why are
paying
they charging $18
$130
a month as an
for
option?
nothing.
Because, well, this is the real reason why it's priced this way. So it's priced this way and it's created this way in order to get you and funnel you over to this right here.
That's a lot.
That's why it's got an outline around it. I mean, it might
I mean,
as
it
well
sounds
have
like
a
a lot.
neon sign
Sounds like a
with,
lot
like,
to
you know,
me.
girls in bikinis pointing over to it, okay? With, like, you know, flashing arrows, you know, maybe a red circle for a YouTube thumbnail. Like, let's be fucking honest. This is the one that they want you to click on. Because Ubisoft Plus is how they get you into their ecosystem and they start making money off of you on a regular basis, right? It's making them more money, yeah. And they've obviously done the math on this. You've got to keep this in mind. They know that they will probably make more money off of you if you have Ubisoft Plus rather than just buying the base game. Even though you'd need to buy Ubisoft Plus for, let's see, it's $18, $130. So that's about, I don't know, like 7 months basically, right? And maybe 8 months of subscription. Will they probably get most people for 8 months? Probably, yeah, I would say so.
You can live for 2
Yes,
months on this
Netflix
money
for
if you
games,
spend
yeah,
on food
basically.
only.
Never
Yeah.
forget you never truly own Ubisoft games? Yeah, I guess so. No?
You know what?
Well,
I
yeah, of
used to
course
do
the
that.
answer is yes. If the answer wasn't yes, then
Like way back in like 2016, even in like in the US, $130 in half, right? That's 50. That's $65. That's like plenty if you cook at home. Like you can go like buy a bag of rice or like beans or something and then just like have like some veggies and you can even afford like meat and stuff. Yeah, like $55 per month. That's enough for like anyone to in the US to live off of if you cook at home, right?
they wouldn't be offering this.
And if you're like
Like,
pretty
I understand
frugal.
that you think that you wouldn't do it, but what you
But like
would do
I
doesn't
used to do
matter.
that
What
when I
matters
was
is
like
what most people do.
poor
And
as
the
shit.
truth is that most people are irresponsible and stupid. And if you're the kind of
Living-
person that would
living
have
in
bought a game for
extremely high
$130,
costs
but now
of
you're just
living
subscribing
area.
to this, you categorically are probably irresponsible and or stupid. So big fucking surprise that whenever you're fishing for fish in the stupid pond, you get a lot of dumb fucking fish. And that's why they do this. That's the whole reason. That's their whole goal. The game will be sold for $25 1 month after. Yes, exactly. Well, it depends on if the game goes well. And only 1 out of 10 are forgetting for a year that they're in the plus. Only 1 out of 10 are forgetting for a year. Yeah, but what if the 1 out of 10 does forget out of the year, and then that one person stays subscribed for 3 years? Think about it like that. And so also, like, you have to keep in mind that they're probably not actually, like, this price right here is, they don't want you to buy this. And I know this sounds crazy, but Ubisoft doesn't want you to give them $130. They want the value proposition to be, this is the what's the word for it? This is the anchor price. And then this is the cheap price, right?
I'm sure they'll be happy if you give them
So what ends up
$130
happening
anyway.
is you actually really only need to keep them on the hook. If it's $18 and it's $70, what's that? All they need to do is keep you on the hook for 4 months, and then they've already made their money back from the standard edition. Because I bet most people, this is the psychology that I think that they're using, and I think it's very effective psychology. So most people are probably not going to buy the Ultimate Edition because this is crazy.
It's crazy how much work they put into like psychology, right? And then like people still hate them anyway. So what's the psychology in that? I want to know.
But because the standard edition is perceived at a $70 value, and then these increases in value are at 110 and 130 proportionally, then the $17 a
Seems
month
like a lot of work
is
for nothing.
compared not to the standard edition, but to the Ultimate Edition that people actually never had any interest in buying in the first place. So you're looking at a much bigger difference in price. Psychologically, the person says, wow, I can get the really good one for only $17, $18. And then, but this is something they would have never actually made that decision in the first place. They would have always been choosing to buy probably this edition or maybe this edition, but realistically, probably this one. So psychologically, you get them in with this price, you upsell them to this price, you discount it down to this price, and then you get them thinking they're getting a good deal on this price whenever they came to the store, they were only looking for this price. That's what I think they're doing, and I think it's a brilliant strategy, and I bet it's working. I do. I bet it's completely working. That's what I think.
You know what also works?
And I think it's a great idea.
Torrenting.
Spot on. Yeah, of course, right? Like, as I said, like I know a lot about this, right? And so that's how I would do it. And that's a very good idea. This PhD psychologist who can study consumer behavior, I know that. I've read some of this stuff. That's how I know about this. This is very, very effective. And so let's go ahead and do the math. So if it's
just
$70
wait like
and it's $18,
2 to 3 weeks for like a Russian edition to come out.
Times 2 is 72, right? So $72. That means all they need to do is keep you on the hook for 4 months, and they're already, on average, making
depending
more
on how
money
much
off
DRM
of you
it
than they
there
would
is.
have made off of the person who only bought this edition. Because again, this was never in the picture. This was never actually intended as the sales price. This is only going to be for like super fans and super idiots. And other than that, usually the same thing even. Other than that, they are upselling you for this to create, again, the difference. Where are the prices next to each other? This price is next to this price. So whenever you look at your eyes, like you're looking right in here, right? You're not thinking about this $69 anymore because you're looking over here. So you're comparing these two prices, which comparatively makes this price cheaper. And again, this is clearly going in ascending order.
Unless the
This is
Nuvo, no
the
one bought this
cheapest,
with the
the
Nuvo.
second cheapest, and the most expensive. So logically, based off of the way that this is presented, this actually should be over here. But it's not over
Did
here.
StarCraft
because
2
putting it
have
over
the
here
Nuvo? I remember
creates a
StarCraft
larger
2 took a
comparative
while to crack.
psychological difference and causes more people to buy the Ubisoft Plus. And I bet it's working because again, let's go ahead and look at this.
Oh, not StarCraft 2. I mean,
look at this a little bit more, right? So let's
yeah,
say
I
you
actually
have,
no wait. I
how
do
many
mean
people
StarCraft
do
2.
you
Never
think
mind.
keep their subscription? They just are subscribed to Ubisoft
Yeah,
Plus.
I remember StarCraft 2 taking a
like
while
let's
to
say
crack.
for 2 years, for 1.5 years. 1 out of 5? Okay, so 1 out of 5. All right. So 1 out of 5, that's going to be 4 months to recoup the original cost. You take 1 out of 5, so that's going to be 4 months. Or sorry, we'll look at 18 months. So that's going to be 4. 18 and 4 is 4.2, 4.5. So they are
You see,
already going
this
to
is
be
one of
making
the
their money.
reasons. This is one of the reasons why, even in wartime, we shouldn't dehumanize the other side because, like, yeah, Russians are invading Ukraine, and I would say they are on the wrong side of history right now. But eventually, like once like all the dust settles, like we're gonna need our crackers again. we're gonna need some Russian hackers to help us get the stuff that we want.
Back, even if only 1 in 5 people stay subscribed. 20% seems high. I think
No.
it seems low. A lot of people are really stupid. 40% during holidays from August to February. Yeah, it's low. Yeah, I would say so. It's
Yeah,
fine.
well,
though, if those
I guess,
people
like,
found
the
value.
Chinese could
well,
probably
a
do
lot
it
of
too.
people either well, like again, that's a reason. Like obviously, like I look at it from a very, very cynical perspective, but you're bringing up a good point too, and you're saying that these people are seeing value in it, and that's why they're staying subscribed. You're totally fucking right. You're completely right. Because some people will subscribe to Ubisoft Plus and actually enjoy the games that they're playing, and then stay inside of their ecosystem longer and stay subscribed for 4 years. And think about what's the value of fucking 4 months. Or sorry, 4 of this. Let's see, how much would that be? $720. That's a huge amount of money. That's an insane amount of money. Think about that. Yeah, actually, no, it's more. Never mind, I multiplied against 10. But no, it's more. It's about like $850. That's a huge amount of money just from one individual. $216 a year? Yeah. School text from 1582 proved Yasuk was a samurai. Nobunaga gave him stipend, and people said he would make Yasuk a lord or sir. I'd have to look into it and see it. I'll say that, like, again, I've heard about this before. I didn't even know that he was a character in the story, in, like, you know, history until, like, this, what do you call it? Until this game was coming out, right? Yeah, sure. And again, like, I think that really this is kind of the difference. And, like, this guy said it pretty well, right? Like, let me see if I can hear it. Look.
They could have used for Japan. He was a retainer, so he wasn't even a full-blown samurai. And for all of the characters they could have used for Japan, all these kind of different people they could have picked from, they picked Yasuke. Why do they pick Yasuke? Because he's black.
It's obvious. It's obvious. Everybody knows it. And that's the difference. Everybody knows it. So obvious, yeah. And that's the reason. They were fucking stupid. They didn't know what it means to be a samurai. They didn't even know what a samurai was. They just think it's some kind of Japanese warrior. Yeah, all I'm saying is that this is I think a lot worse. Like, I don't really care if they want to butcher like Japanese history. This is not my problem, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of the Assassin's Creed games are not super historically
Don't
accurate.
worry, everyone
It
butchers
doesn't
like
really
medieval
matter
stuff
that
too.
much. If the game
Only
is good
recently,
and
in
it
the past
plays
couple
well,
of years,
then I would play it.
have people
I think most people
started
would play
making
it.
some pretty good
It's
armor.
a little bit weird that they went with this decision, and it does seem like
Well,
it's
decent
quite
armor,
obviously
right?
politically motivated.
Before I was
or,
like,
you
oh
know,
yeah, whatever.
socio-politically
Anime
motivated.
armor, yeah, that's
100%
totally
it is.
historic.
But if the game is good, it doesn't. None of this matters. None of it matters. But this is a problem. $130 for a fucking game. That is nuts. The goal is to make you think your way, make you think the way that you're doing right now, so you're not calculating in buying the game or the price of the game for it. Yeah, exactly. If I get the Ultimate Edition, can I play as a samurai furry? They should let you do that. The fact that you're
Samurai
saying
furry.
everyone knows that you're right shows me opinion is swinging the other way. Everyone's getting tired. The big companies.
I mean, if
respond
you
eventually
pay
as such.
130,
well, that's up to them,
you should
right?
be able to
All
play
I'm
as a
saying is
samurai
that
furry.
this is a. It's another Ubisoft game. It's the same as the what do you call it? The Star Wars game, the Star Wars Outlaws game. Like, I will say this: I am infinitely more excited about Assassin's Creed Shadows than I am about the Star Wars game. Like, this at least seems cool. Like, the Star Wars game, there's nothing cool about that.
Oh yeah,
It's just
I
fucking
forgot about the
cringe
Star
garbage.
Wars game.
Odyssey had a female Spartan warrior, historically accurate, is a joke in these games. Yeah, but I can see how people would be kind of annoyed if they're taking like
could
one
be good.
individual character and like acting like, oh, it was like this all along.
It
You
could
know, it's
also
like
be
kind of an
bad.
insult to people's intelligence to a certain degree. Why can't we just have a normal Japanese person as samurai? Like, please, yeah, exactly. Japanese people aren't black, so it's not very DI efficient. I don't know. It depends on, like, I don't know how Japanese people feel about this. I'd be very curious to see what they think.
I think the Japanese people actually
Sweet
like
Baby.
it.
I don't know why
They
people
aren't
bring up
very-
Sweet Baby. I don't know if they have anything
Japanese
to do
people
with this
aren't
at all.
Especially
I feel like,
national.
again,
Well, some of them are, but I think most of them are
I've
pretty
never
normal
really
people.
been that interested in what do you call it, in Assassin's Creed. I always thought like assassin, like stealth games were kind of boring personally, but you know, maybe if it's good I might try it out. Assassin's Creed is never made for Japan, to be honest. No, the game's set in feudal Japan. Yeah, and has non-Japanese looking protagonist. Yeah, I mean, you could see how that's kind of weird. One more game added to the wait for sales game. Well, I feel like every game should be added to the wait for sales list. You should always do that. Like, if you're sitting around, like, and you're making decisions about playing a game without even having the game be released and being able to see a review about it or see gameplay, you are making a very bad decision. You're making a terrible decision. Also, like, and here's another really big component to this, is that if you have day one with Ubisoft Plus, you will have people that start subscribing today. When does Assassin's Creed come out? November. So if it's coming out in November 15th, 2024, if you subscribe today, they will make almost more money off of you if you just stay subscribed until the game comes out than they would if they sold almost any of the other editions. You see how this works? Why would you sub today? Because that's whenever it was advertised. I guarantee you they probably had over 1,000 people subscribe to this. Probably just today. Absolutely, it's not even a question. Like, you've got to keep in mind that, like, these companies, they're not doing this because they're stupid. They're not stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. Come on. A lot of morons in it. I'm just not going to buy it until gameplay or reviews. Yeah, and that's what really matters. Like, again, as I said, I don't really, like, I think it was like a social, like, political reason, like, why they made the characters like this way. but that won't stop me from playing a game. It's like what I've said before, like a woke game is not good or bad. It might make a bad game worse, but it's never going to make a good game bad. That's the way I see it. Don't you think that's paradox by forcing equality in such ways means a black guy is seen as special instead of equal? I don't know. I think that like you can look at it in 15 different ways. Ubisoft is trying to make it a good deal. Yeah. My son's 13. You have to think about how much money they make off of children and young adults that want to play everything regardless. They don't have that experience we have with games in the history. Most games still cater towards the younger generation. I think that a lot of people that are like, because you think about it, there's a lot of people that are broke, but there's a lot of people that aren't broke. You know, these people make like, you know, $80,000 a year. You know, they have like a decent house. They're able to like take care of themselves. And all of those people can just sign up for Ubisoft Plus and just keep it on their card and never think about it, really. That's what happens with a lot of people. Whales of gaming? Oh, I don't even think it's whales of gaming. You have to keep in mind, like, I would say it's like the upper 30% of the like the population here in the US probably doesn't have a big money problem. Probably upper 30 to 20% of people. Like you take, you know, like individuals or households, like 1 in 5 or like maybe 3 in 10 probably they're not down bad for money in the same way. Disposable income. Yeah, exactly. They have more disposable income to where this isn't a direct problem. 80K and single is easy. Yeah, exactly. And also it depends on where you're living, right? I mean, I know in some places 80K is like nothing, but in some places it is a lot more.
All right. It's starting to look promising. Okay, I think the back attachment and also the hair is in a very good place, like design-wise. The neck is a bit thin, I think, from this side, actually. Where is our base mesh? Hide the hair. Yeah, we can move this out a bit more. Oh.
Hey.
Have some more boss killing we need to do. More got slaying service. Okay. How come everything's like inverted? Like alt and then. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Everything's working as it should. It's a little bit thin around here. It's a little bit too thin. Beer back. Okay, I'm back. Oh.
Hey! Hey!
Oops, did I not hit that guy? Well, we've been invaded. Green Karma, CBD. We gonna kill the invader, or are we gonna... You know what could be cool? Like some kind of webbing in between these legs. I think I might actually do that. Let's go add some webbing in between these legs. Wait, let's delete. We can grab like we can grab this, I guess. I have like a knot in my hair. What the heck? What is this? What is this? Assassination attempt.
Slovakia's Prime Minister Robert Fico is reportedly in a stable but still very serious condition after an assassination attempt. He was shot multiple times after leaving a political meeting. Slovakia's president called it a brutal and reckless attack. Other world leaders have condemned the shooting. A suspect was arrested at the scene. For more on this, I'm now joined by former Slovakian Prime Minister Eduard Heger. He was in office from April 2021 until May 2023, and he joins us now from Bratislava. Welcome, Mr. Heger. What is your reaction to this assassination attempt?
Thank you very much. Of course, I absolutely condemn this attack on our Prime Minister Robert Fico, and I wish him quick recovery. I think the violence has no room in a democratic society, and we have to go back to the roots of democracy and freedom for the good of our citizens. So therefore, I very much agree with the quotes of Madam President that we should stop any violence and basically be the examples and role models of a peaceful talk. And because it's needed that in democracy, it's a battle of ideas and solutions, not a battle of people, and there's no room for any violence and aggression.
We are still waiting on an official confirmation as to the motive of the suspected attack, but can you speak, sir, to the political environment that currently exists in the country? I mean, how have things reached such a point that a sitting prime minister is attacked?
Well, we see the polarization all around the world, I would say. And of course, as a neighboring country to Ukraine, where there's an ongoing war, a brutal attack of Russian Federation on the civilians, Ukrainian civilians, and we are neighboring countries. So, of course, this affects the political arena as well. But other challenges that we're currently facing after all this crisis. So we see more and more that the politicians step into more and more violent and aggressive language. And I think we need to stop with this. We need to really go back to, as I said, to the battle of solutions and not battle of people, and be very careful because the citizens observe the action of the public figures, and if they see aggression growing among them, then it's easy for them to follow. So therefore, I think that this is a moment where we have to turn around and go back and show, as I said, the leadership in showing that we can discuss in respect about the solutions and not attacking each other.
You're talking of solutions. Have you seen such solutions coming in recent months in Slovakia?
No, actually, the debate was very dirty. I mean, we just have over the presidential election, and we saw that the presidential election was also very dirty. So therefore, I'm saying that the polarization at the moment, not just in Slovakia, but we see it around Europe and I think around the world, is still growing. But moments like this are definitely moments where we have to kind of stop and review the action and just change it because this is not definitely the way it should be going on.
You wrote on X, the platform formerly called as Twitter, on the 19th of March that the presidential election in Slovakia will decide if the country stays in the Western Club. You warned of a, quote, devastating effect if Peter Pellegrini becomes president. Why did you write that?
Well, we see the rhetorics of current government official, and Peter Pellegrini was the Speaker of the House at that moment. He had to resign after becoming elected as president, and we saw how they were pulling Slovakia basically in the foreign policy toward Kremlin and toward Moscow. So therefore, I see a big danger in this. I just hope that all these events will help also them to review their action and will support our stability in the West and in NATO and in EU.
So when you're talking about political rhetoric and a polarized environment in Slovakia, are you saying that most of it is coming from the current government?
Oh, I'm not. I don't want to say anything of this. I mean, people are much aware in Slovakia that everybody knows who says what. So because especially from the public figures, so this is not a moment to pointing fingers at anybody. Actually, that's not the way to do it. Because if we start to point fingers at each other, we're showing a bad example to the citizens. So at this moment, I think we need to really sit together and just discuss how we're gonna be role models for our citizens of a respectful debate about solutions for our country in education, healthcare, security, and also other growth, economic growth, all the areas that are needed in Slovakia. We are facing a lot of challenges, but I think also in general in EU.
We'll leave it there for the moment, but thanks so much for joining us today. Former Slovak Prime Minister Eduard Heger from Bratislava. Thank you, sir. For more on this, let's get journalist Victoria Belova in. She reports for Slovakian public television RTVS and joins us from the capital, Bratislava. Do we know who the attacker is or the motive behind this assassination attempt?
So motive is still not quite clear. We know he's 71-year-old man, amateur writer. There is a very contradictory information about him as he used to be part of a pro-Russian group in Slovakia, but also there was one video released a couple of weeks ago where he was disagreeing with the government's policies. Journalist from another media was talking to his son, and his son also proved that he was very shocked by the action, and nothing really was leading to this incident. So about the motive, it's not quite sure yet.
Outgoing President Zuzana Chaputova has called the attack serious and said hateful rhetoric in society leads to hateful acts. What did she mean by that?
Yes, so the society had been heated and divided for a very long time, probably since parliamentary election or even before the parliamentary elections was in September, and the campaign was very aggressive, and the society is probably divided in two groups, I would say, a liberal and a nationalist, and it's been a lot of aggression in the language of the politicians as well, including Mr. Fico. I have to admit, couple of weeks ago, he was calling some opposition leaders and some journalists rats or even pigs, and even verbal attacks were made towards the president Chaputova, and she was called an American agent, and some really more other stuff, too much worse. I don't want to repeat them. So yeah, the division is very present here.
We've also heard from Slovakia's interior minister, who has called it a, quote, politically motivated assassination attempt. What did he mean by that?
So as I said before, there is this video from the attacker where he's not agreeing with the steps of the government. First of all, I have to say the attacker was probably not a part of any terrorist organization. He was in this action probably a loner. Still, the political motive might be connected to this divided society. There is a lot of aggression really between the coalition and opposition leaders. This press conference of the Interior Minister and the Minister of Defense was quite calming. They tried to really calm the emotions. Before, there was another press conference directly after what happened, and here in Bratislava, and the coalition leaders were really aggressive in their language. They pointed to the opposition and the media, and they made basically targets out of them, and indirectly blaming them. So I would say that's all a consequence of the very heated and divided society.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Journalist Victoria Belova in Bratislava. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
For more, I'm joined by DW correspondent Jack Parek in the Slovakian capital, Bratislava. Good morning, Jack. What's the latest you are hearing on Robert Fico's condition?
Melania.
Well, we've had
Okay.
confirmation from the director of the Banska Bystrica hospital where he was rushed after the attack, and she had said that doctors managed to stabilize his condition, but that it is still serious, that he remains in the intensive care unit after around 5 hours of surgery, we understand, after that attack that took place yesterday.
And what do we know about the suspected attacker or his motives?
So a 71-year-old man was arrested immediately
Oh,
after the
my God.
shooting. Videos of him are widely circulating on the internet. Also of his claims that he did it because of Robert Fico and his government's decision to sort of take on and reform the national broadcaster here in Slovakia. So that is one suggested motive. Obviously, all of these videos that are being extremely widely shared are unconfirmed at the moment. And there is a widespread police investigation, firstly into what happened, but secondly into how this was allowed to happen.
You are there in the capital. How are people there reacting to this violent attack?
Well, there's clearly shock, and the video, as we saw in the report, is extremely shocking. Everybody here in Slovakia pretty much has now seen this and knows what's going on. But there is a debate about what is happening more broadly in the country. The ministers that have come out and been speaking about this situation, many of them have actually pointed the fingers at journalists, saying that there is a level of blame for an atmosphere in Slovakia where there is big contention between the press and the public and politicians, and the press obviously have been reporting widely on the comments and reports, the inflammatory often comments that are made by senior government ministers and Robert Fico himself. I actually did speak to one person earlier today who told me, though, listen, I'm somebody who has worked as an activist against Robert Fico for many, many years, and while that person said they wanted him out of office, they wouldn't have wanted him in a grave. As we know, the situation, the health situation of the Prime Minister is now stable, but the conversations about how this was allowed to happen and what this means more broadly for an already very divided Slovakia, they'll continue.
The Slovak government will also be holding a cabinet meeting later this morning, Jack. What can we expect from this?
Yeah, that's actually where I'm stood. It'll be in this building just behind me. They'll have a discussion about what this means for the security in the country. We don't have any expectations or any knowledge of exactly what they're going to come out with, but we do expect them to announce probably some additional security measures and perhaps some different changes to the security situation around ministers.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Jack Parrick in Bratislava, thanks for bringing us that update.
What is this? Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. I know what it is. Well, someone is a hunter. Oh, host died. Ugh.
we begin the day observing a partnership that is supposed to have no limits. It's been more than 2 years since the Russian and Chinese presidents used those words, no limits, to describe the bilateral relations between them and their nations. Well, we are about to get an updated idea of just where that relationship now stands. It is now early Thursday in China, and Russian President Vladimir Putin has just touched down there, his first trip abroad since the start of his 5th presidential term last week. Now, leaders from Europe and the United States, they will be watching and listening carefully. They've already called out Beijing for supporting Moscow in its invasion of Ukraine. But is this an arrangement born out of principles or born out of posturing? DW's East Asia correspondent James Chater has this report.
Last March, Chinese President Xi Jinping made Russia his first overseas trip after securing a 3rd term as leader. Moscow, a symbolic choice after years of pandemic-era isolation.
Putin.
Now, just a week after his 5th inauguration as Russian president, Vladimir Putin is returning the honor, making Beijing the first foreign trip of his new term. Both countries are interested in projecting unity in the face of what they say is a global order dominated by the United States. When Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov was in Beijing last month, he hailed what Moscow and Beijing call their no-limits partnership.
More than once, our leaders, President Putin and President Xi Jinping, have stressed the determination of Russia and China to counter attempts to slow down the formation of a multipolar world, to slow down the long overdue processes of democratization and justice.
As they celebrate 75 years of diplomatic ties, China is very much the senior partner. The two sides have deepened military exchanges since Putin launched his invasion of Ukraine more than 2 years ago. And even more importantly for Moscow, trade ties between the two have ballooned, providing Russia an economic lifeline amid sweeping international sanctions. In response, Western leaders have warned Xi against providing Moscow with support for its invasion. Some have even asked Xi to rein in Putin.
We count on China to use all its influence on Russia to end Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine.
But China's leader has largely brushed off the criticism and ignored the requests.
We oppose using the Ukraine crisis to cast blame, smear a third country, and incite a new Cold War.
Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin share a disdain for US global leadership. But with Moscow increasingly isolated diplomatically and its economy largely propped up by Beijing, both know their no-limits partnership is no longer one between equals.
Well, Dmitry Aperovich is a geopolitical analyst who focuses on Russia and China. He is also the author of the book World on the Brink, How America Can Beat China in the Race for the 21st Century. And Dmitry joins me tonight right here. Dmitry, it's good to have you with us. The two leaders here say that they enjoy a no-limits partnership. So let me just ask you, what are the real limits here?
Well, the limits are actually huge. Neither countries are actually allies of each other. They're at most friends of convenience. And certainly from China's perspective, this is a very transactional relationship. China is looking to buy fossil fuels from Russia, oil, gas, and coal at a significant discount to help its own economy. But in terms of exports to Russia, Russia is actually a tiny market for China. It is the 16th overall in terms of exports for them, and is not at all strategic. And even when it comes to fossil fuels, one of the top priorities for Putin as he embarks on this trip is going to be to sign the deal on the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, to redirect the gas that was originally destined to go to Europe to China. The Chinese have been dragging their feet on this and negotiating a very hard bargain on price that makes it not a very attractive deal for Russia.
Yeah, China's farming
I want to talk
Russia.
about weapons for a moment here. Putin, we know, clearly needs China's backing for his war in Ukraine, but he's only getting weapons or aid from Iran and North Korea. Do you think that's going to change anytime soon?
I don't. So look, China is perfectly willing to sell anything that Putin is going to buy as long as it does not result in sanctions from the United States. So it is clearly afraid of jeopardizing the U.S. relationship any further, and the European one as well. So when it comes to lethal weapons, it is not going to budge on that because it knows that it cannot afford right now, particularly when its economy is not doing well, to come under these sanctions. Now, dual-use equipment, it's certainly going to continue sending that, whether it's semiconductors, whether it's machines to manufacture advanced weapon systems. That is going to be delivered through black market means through resellers in China.
Xi Jinping last week was in France when Vladimir Putin shook his nuclear rattle, if you will, by announcing tactical nuclear weapons drills with Belarus. I mean, how does toying with the nuclear threat, how does that go down with Xi Jinping?
Not well. And in fact, Xi Jinping has been critical when Putin last tried to use the nuclear blackmail card in the fall of 2022 when his forces were surrounded in the city of Kherson, and there was fear on the U.S. side that he might actually either test a nuclear weapon or threaten to use a nuclear weapon on the battlefield in Ukraine. They approached China as well as other leaders to send a clear message to Putin that this is unacceptable, and China did so. China does not want to see the breaking of the taboo in the use of nuclear weapons because they themselves would be impacted by this in a potential conflict with the U.S. over Taiwan, for example.
I'm wondering, Dmitry, where does Russia fit in with China's confrontation with the West, particularly with the United States? I mean, a valuable ally, or is it more of a useful distraction? We know U.S. foreign policy assets, they've been tied up dealing with Ukraine. We know that the Biden administration wanted to focus on China.
It did, and this is sort of a trend line in American foreign policy over the last decade that we try to pivot to Asia, and every single time something else, whether it's the Middle East or Europe, tends to intervene and pull us back. And look, I think for China, this war is not something I think they desired originally, but they've learned not to just live with it, but actually benefit from it. They're getting cheap gas and oil from Russia. They're increasingly, Russia is becoming economically dependent on China and becoming a vassal state to China. And America is distracted. It is sending weapons and munitions that it might need in a conflict in Asia to Ukraine. It's spending so much of its resources diplomatically and economically on this conflict. So that is all highly beneficial to China.
So let's consider then when the United States does focus more on China. In an article that you published today in Foreign Affairs, you argue that the Taiwan situation has relevant similarities with the Cold War situation of West Berlin. How should Washington go back to the old Moscow playbook when it's dealing with Beijing?
Well, the key to understanding the Cold War and the importance of West Berlin is that when the Berlin Wall was built in 1961, it actually lowered the tensions dramatically in the Cold War because West Berlin, was the one flashpoint that threatened to take the U.S. and the Soviet Union into nuclear conflict. Obviously, there was Cuba as well for 13 days. There was actually an outgrowth of the West Berlin crisis in 1962. But pretty much after 1962, the threat of conflict diminished dramatically. And you had a detente in the 1970s, improvements in relations, arms control agreements, and the like. You could have the same thing between the United States and China, but you have to convince China that taking Taiwan is untenable, that it will not happen. And just like Khrushchev decided to abandon his ambitions to take West Berlin, China has to abandon its ambitions on Taiwan in order to see improved relations.
Yeah, you write that ultimately there can be no détente with China without the creation of a figurative wall across the Taiwan Strait. What would that look like?
So it's all about deterrence. We have to convince President Xi that taking Taiwan is impossible militarily, and even if he thinks it might not be impossible militarily, that the economic cost would be disastrous.
Again.
So it means investing in significant deterrence capabilities, military deterrence capabilities in the region with the Taiwanese, but it also means increasing our economic leverage over China in areas like semiconductors, for example, artificial intelligence, and reducing their economic leverage over us in the areas of green technologies like electric vehicles, like batteries, which we've just seen the Biden administration has placed tariffs on.
You say just as it was in the Cold War for the United States, stalling can be a winning strategy when we're talking about China. You say slowing China's advance down a month here, or a year there is critical. And you say Asia is letting China make its own mistakes. What would be the biggest mistake, in your opinion, that China could make moving forward?
It's really economic. They're mismanaging their economy. They have a huge real estate bubble. Their youth unemployment is over 15%. President Xi seems completely uninterested in fixing those fundamental economic issues. And on top of that, he has a demographic collapse that's going to manifest itself in the coming decades. China is doing nothing about all of those problems. And as long as that continues, their economy will always be smaller than the United States, which means less money to spend on projects like the Belt and Road initiatives and on their military.
Dmitry Alperovich, we appreciate your time and valuable analysis tonight. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
This might be a bit too much here. We'll see. Yeah, that's gonna be too much.
This is an ancient Buddhist inscription etched on a rock in eastern Afghanistan. It reads Namo o Bodo, Namo o Duarmo, Namo o Sango. For centuries, Buddhists have recited some variation of this formula as an expression of Buddhist devotion, taking refuge or paying homage to the three jewels of Buddhism. I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the Dharma, or his teachings. I take refuge in the Sangha, the Buddhist community. But for all you linguists in the audience, you'll notice that this is not written in a Buddhist devotional language, like Sanskrit or Pali. This is a rough transliteration of Sanskrit into Greek. Well, technically Greco-Bactrian, a Hellenistic script directly based on the Greek alphabet. It's a little tough to see the Greek letters here because it's in cursive and it's carved on a rock. But you might recognize, for example, the letter omega right here. So how is it that a Greco-Bactrian speaking Buddhist inscribed a Hellenized version of a Sanskrit mantra here in Afghanistan? Well, we owe a lot of this cultural mingling to this guy, Alexander the Great, the king of Macedon who conquered a massive empire, stretching from Greece, across Central Asia, all the way to the Indus River, Hellenizing the populations along the way, introducing the Greek language, Greek philosophy, and Greek urban living. But the cultural exchange didn't just go one way. The Buddha had died around 100 to 150 years before Alexander arrived on the scene. And around this time, the relatively new religion of Buddhism was starting to make inroads in this same region, resulting in a unique cultural synthesis sometimes called Greco-Buddhism. So what do we know about the ancient Greeks who converted to Buddhism? Cultural exchange between the Greek Mediterranean world and what's now Afghanistan, Pakistan, and northwest India stretches as far back as the 500s BCE. The Greek historian Herodotus mentions a Greek explorer named Skylax, who went on an expedition for the Persian ruler Darius I, sailing down the Indus, across the Arabian Sea to the Suez. And archaeologists have also found a bunch of Greek coins circulating in the region as well. So trade between these two regions was already ongoing well before Alexander arrived on the scene. But arrive he did, and in his wake came waves of Greek-speaking immigrants from the eastern Mediterranean, populating dozens of new Greek-style cities with familiar-sounding names if you've ever studied Greek or Roman history. Cities like Antioch, and of course, Alexandria. There are so many Alexandrias here. Some scholars think the archaeological site Ai-Khanoum in Afghanistan was one of those Alexandrias. Alexandria on the Oxus, a city founded by Alexander's general Seleucus on the Oxus River, which runs through Central Asia. Now, this identification is debated, but whatever this city was originally called, historians call Ai-Khanoum an outpost of Hellenism in Central Asia. And by any measure, it was a Greek-style city with a Central Asia postal code. It had all the essentials for sophisticated Greek living: a theater, gymnasium, and Greek columns everywhere. And it wasn't just the architecture. Archaeologists have also found evidence of Greek religion and Greek philosophy here as well. The gymnasium was dedicated to the god Hermes and the hero Hercules. Archaeologists have found a papyrus fragment of Greek philosophy here, and a local politician even inscribed a few maxims from the Oracle of Delphi on his tomb. As one historian, Georgios Halkia, says, "We're clearly not talking about trading posts or military garrisons here. We're talking about vibrant Greek cities that formed powerful Hellenistic kingdoms. First, you have the Seleucid Empire, which dominated the region until the ruler Diodotus I decided to shake things up and secede, forming his own independent kingdom that historians call the Greco-Bactrians. Fast forward to the 2nd century BCE, the Greco-Bactrians invaded what's now southern Afghanistan, Pakistan, and northwest India, establishing dynasties that historians call the Indo-Greek kingdoms. These were kingdoms with diverse populations, descendants of Greek-speaking people from the Mediterranean integrating with Indians, Persians, and other Central Asian people groups. Greeks were taking Indian names, and Indians were taking Greek names, and with all of this cultural exchange, sure enough, we start to see religious exchange as well. We see a fascinating example of possible Buddhist and Greek crossover with the philosopher Pyrrho of Elis. Pyrrho traveled with Alexander to India as part of Alexander's entourage. And yes, Alexander traveled with a bunch of philosophers, while at war, because who doesn't need some existential debate while on the battlefield? Greek sources report that Alexander and his mobile philosophy department spent a lot of time interacting with Indian philosophers, and this was deliberate. Alexander's philosophers sought out audiences with them, some of whom were probably Buddhists. Pyrrho himself spent months and possibly years in northwest India, as well as the city of Taxila in Pakistan. And according to the Greek biographer Diogenes Laertius, it was here that he met with the gymnosophists of India, the so-called naked wise men. And this led him to adopt a most noble philosophy. Now, we don't know who these naked sages were, presumably some sort of Indian ascetic group, and it's possible they were not even Buddhist, but a lot of scholars think they were, and in any case, Pyrrho returned home to develop a pretty Buddhist-y sounding philosophy. To finish that quote from Diogenes, this led him to adopt a most noble philosophy, taking the form of agnosticism and suspension of judgment. He denied that anything was honorable or dishonorable, just or unjust. And so universally, he held that there is nothing really existent. In other words, Pyrrho was suggesting a radical disengagement from the judgments and dualities that plague our perceptions. One of Pyrrho's students, Timon, adds more layers in a surviving fragment. Pyrrho declared that things are equally undifferentiated, unmeasurable, and undecidable. For this reason, neither our sensations nor our opinions tell us the truth or falsehoods. Therefore, for this reason, we should not put our trust in them one bit, but we should be unopinionated, uncommitted, and unwavering. Many have noted that this sounds like a radical form of skepticism. Pyrrho was basically saying that we can't trust our senses and reasoning, and so we shouldn't trust dogmatic opinions about the nature of reality. But scholars have noted that his ideas don't just sound like generic philosophical skepticism, but specifically ideas found in early Buddhist thought, especially ideas found in the Madhyamaka school, traditionally founded by the Buddhist philosopher Nagarjuna. The Madhyamaka school developed philosophies about the nature of reality, particularly the concept of shunyata, or emptiness, meaning that all phenomena are devoid or empty of intrinsic existence, which sounds a lot like Pyrrho's belief that there's nothing really existent. Moreover, both Madhyamaka and Pyrrhonian thought employed the logical tool known as the tetralemma when evaluating a truth claim. It's called a tetralemma instead of a dilemma because it has 4 parts. Proposition can be true, not true, both true and not true, or neither true nor not true. The tetralemma is very popular in Indian philosophy, so its appearance in Pyrrho's philosophy is notable. Puronian texts also say that the ultimate goal of this suspension of judgment is to attain ataraxia, a state of serene tranquility, which some have compared to the Buddhist concept of awakening. By not adhering to rigid beliefs and acknowledging the uncertainty and contradictions in all truth claims, one can remain undisturbed by the world's variability. These connections led Nietzsche himself to call Pyrrho a Buddhist for Greece. Now, to be clear, this connection has not been definitively proven, and critics of the theory have pointed out that the Madhyamaka school emerged a few hundred years after Pyrrho, but many scholars think that there are too many connections with early Buddhist philosophy to be a coincidence. In the centuries after Alexander the Great, Buddhism expanded into these regions with a little help from one of the most famous Buddhist emperors of all time, Emperor Ashoka of the Mauryan dynasty, who governed almost the entire Indian subcontinent from around 268 to 232 BCE. Like many larger-than-life historical figures, later generations crafted all sorts of fantastic legends about him. And for the longest time, that's really all we knew about him as a historical figure until 1837. That's when the Brahmi script was deciphered, and suddenly historians realized they had near direct access to Ashoka himself by translating the Edicts of Ashoka. In one inscription, he declares, "It is known to you how great is my reverence and faith in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha." Notice here that formulation of the three jewels. As it turns out, Ashoka was less about the conquering and more about the converting. Well, at least initially. Ashoka may have had a dramatic conversion experience himself, and a few times in his edicts he references being overcome with remorse for having ordered the deaths of tens of thousands of people in his conquests. One edict reads, "From that time onwards, compassion and sadness overcame him, and he was heavily distressed by the ways he had acted." After turning to Buddhism, he apparently sponsored missionary efforts across his kingdom and abroad, even sending missionaries as far away as the Mediterranean. The conquest by Dharma, this has been won repeatedly by Ashoka, both here and among all borderers. And he goes on to name-drop Hellenistic kings, like Antiochus II of Syria and Ptolemy II of Egypt. If he's not exaggerating, this means that Buddhist missionaries were mingling with Egyptians and Greeks by the 3rd century BCE. In the same edict, he then says that the Greeks closer to home were also being converted. Likewise, here in the king's territory, among the Greeks, everywhere people are conforming to Ashoka's instruction in Dharma. These edicts were multilingual, with Aramaic and Greek translations side by side, and historians think that these edicts were made specifically to introduce Buddhist ethics among the Hellenic people of Asia. And we see hints of Buddhism being repackaged for a Greek-speaking audience. In another inscription, the concept of Dharma was translated with the Greek word Eusebia. Eusebia, like Dharma, is a semantically rich word that we could translate as piety, reverence towards the gods, or filial respect. Ashoka's Greek translators apparently chose this as the best way to translate the Buddha's message. Ashoka called his efforts a Dharma conquest, and even references a special rank within his government called Dharma commissioners, presumably some sort of government official who traveled around helping to establish Buddhism in major towns and cities. And his efforts apparently worked. One edict references those who are devoted to Dharma among the Greeks and Persians. Greeks were starting to convert to Buddhism. Chief among them was King Menander, the most famous Greek who converted to Buddhism, at least according to the historian Olga Kubika. Well, it's tricky because it's possible that there were two King Menanders. King Menander I, who ruled an Indo-Greek kingdom from 165 to 130 BCE, and a later King Menander II, who may have been his grandson. But in any case, a King Menander is the main character in an early Buddhist text, the Milinda Panha, or Melinda's Questions.
Really drastic
this text possibly dates as far back as 100
Not
BCE,
really happy
and it's
with
a philosophical
the
dialogue between
stacked
King
pancake
Melinda,
butt here.
identified usually as King Menander I, and a Buddhist monk named Nagasena. In the text, Menander plays the skeptic, grilling Nagasena with a bunch of questions about Buddhism, but Nagasena expertly answers each and every question, and finally Menander decides to convert. While the text probably describes a legendary encounter, other evidence supports the broad outlines of the story, that an Indo-Greek king named Menander converted to Buddhism. For example, check out the so-called Shinkat reliquary. This was a round stone container discovered in northern Pakistan, and is said to have originally held a casket inside it with some ashes. An inscription on the lid of the box references the reign of Maharaja Manedra, the great king Menander. It goes on to describe that it holds the bodily relics of the Lord the Shakya sage, the Buddha himself. Now, this inscription is not much to go off of, and it doesn't definitively prove that Menander was a practicing Buddhist himself, but it does suggest he's more than just a fan, and maybe even a patron of Buddhism. Menander may have commissioned reliquaries like this and endowed buildings called stupas to house them, perhaps to gain public favor, moral authority, or enhance his own legitimacy as a ruler. Most scholars identify this Menander as Menander I, whose fame even stretched back to the Mediterranean world. Plutarch writes that Menander I died in a military camp, and his ashes were equally distributed among several cities and stored in what he calls memorials, which scholars think is a reference to stupas. If Plutarch is right, this may lend credibility to the idea that Menander I had converted, and may have even achieved an exalted status as an awakened being, with his Buddhist subjects venerating his relics. So it looks like, by the reign of Menander I, Buddhism was already becoming established in the Indo-Greek elite circles. Menander's son Strato issued coins like this one, where he's labeled as Dharmakasa, follower of the Dharma, and over the centuries we start to see evidence for religious syncretism, or hybridization. Check out this coin of Menander II, which shows the god Zeus enthroned, next to the goddess Nike, and right here, the Dharma Chakra, the 8-spoked wheel of Dharma that represents the Buddha's teachings. The historian Georgios Halkias, who I mentioned earlier, has argued that Indo-Greek religious attitudes may have helped this syncretism. He says for the most part, the Indo-Greeks were followers of several Hellenistic and foreign cults. So adopting the hero cult image of the Buddha would have been embraced without much difficulty, along with all the ritual practices that go along with everyday Buddhism, reciting prayers, propitiating deities, venerating relics, and so on. Greco-Buddhism also sometimes refers to an artistic movement, though modern historians criticize the terminology. See, scholars have long noticed that ancient Buddhist artwork from Gondara, now northwest Pakistan and northeastern Afghanistan, seems to be influenced by Greek artistic methods, or even crafted by Greek artists. For example, Buddhist sculptures like these portray the Buddha or the Bodhisattva Maitreya with real-to-life features, wearing a robe resembling drapery seen in Greek sculptures. Back in the early 20th century, the French scholar Alfred Fouché coined the phrase Greco-Buddhism to refer to these sculptures, saying all these technical details indicate in a striking manner the hand of an artist from some Greek studio. Basically, Fouché was arguing that only Greeks could produce such masterpieces. This, of course, is not true. Local artists definitely could make these, and so historians have since debated how to characterize this art. The historian Olga Kubika argues that we can't exclude the idea that Greek artists manufactured them, but we also can't assess their role accurately. Others argue that these sculptures, and others like them, actually date to a century or more after the Indo-Greek kingdoms fell, so it's more likely that these works stemmed from later interactions with the Roman Empire, with local artists imitating imported Roman art, or Roman artists moving to Gondara to create prestigious commissions for local wealthy connoisseurs. Regardless, it's clear that Buddhist art from this time borrowed Greco-Roman imagery, like figures resembling Hercules and the goddess Tyche. These two appear in the artwork of the Kushan dynasty, and the iconography appears to have been borrowed to represent local deities or bodhisattvas. The bodhisattva Vajrapani, for example, is frequently depicted as a Hercules-like figure. Vajrapani is recognized as a protector and companion of the Buddha, and these artists apparently were familiar with Hercules as a powerful hero, and used these attributes to communicate Vajrapani's own qualities as a guardian. Likewise, local goddesses like Ardaksho and Hariti are sometimes portrayed with the attributes of the Greek goddess Tyche, holding a big cornucopia or a ship rudder. Examples like this are often labeled as syncretism, commonly understood as the blending or mixing of different religious traditions, but I think syncretism is often oversimplified. The term itself implies two distinct monolithic entities, Hellenistic culture on one side and Buddhism on the other side, merging like a Venn diagram. But in real-world scenarios, ideas, practices, and artistic expressions from different cultures often combine and influence each other in complex and asymmetrical ways. Scholars in recent years describe syncretism more as a process of indigenization or localization, when individuals in a local culture actively seek to make sense of another culture in their own terms and idioms. The Greek translator who decided to translate Ashoka's Dharma with the Greek word Eusebia was engaging in syncretism, trying to make sense of a different concept in their own terms. Quite literally, their own Greek term. Compare this to the inscription from the beginning of this video. Whoever carved this inscription decided not to fully translate the original mantra into Greco-Bactrian words, but still used Greco-Bactrian letters so the mantra could be read and pronounced. The pronunciation and legibility mattered more than the meaning, like how Christians today might sing Hallelujah without knowing the word's original Hebrew meaning. Greco-Buddhism thus illustrates the often deliberate and selective adaptation that occurs when different cultures meet.
Interesting. I'm gonna take a short break here. Actually, you know, it's already been 4 hours, 30 minutes. I should probably log off. Probably get some sleep. I'll take a short break, continue on for a little bit, and then I have to go soon. All right, I'm back. Man, there's this live stream I want to listen to. But it's like an hour and 40 minutes long. I might just listen to like 20 minutes of it and then kind of go from there. Does it start? Does it start now? I think it starts now. But it's Second Wind, which is a really cool channel. You guys should check it out.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Firelink Podcast, episode number 22 for Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. My name is Marty Sliva. As always, joined by Nick Calandra, producer Eric, and filling in for Casey, who's visiting the West Coast this week. Frost, welcome back. We've seen you so much, Frost, and I'm so sad we don't have a rat beef update this week. Not because Casey's not here.
I mean,
just because it's done.
There is an update, but it's not musical. You know, it's turned criminal.
It's turned.
We leave it at that. Yeah.
Nick, you missed quite a rat beef update last week.
I probably won't, but thanks. All right.
Let me absolutely tell you. And welcome everyone. Welcome everyone watching live on YouTube. Everyone who's watching, listen to the podcast on one of your streaming services, watching the VOD. Welcome. We have an excellent show for you today. As you can see, before we get to our main topic, we're going to be talking about Ubisoft. They had a couple announcements today. One, pretty cool. New Assassin's Creed. One, pretty bad. The Division Heartland has just sort of quietly been canceled. So what that might mean for Ubisoft going forward, I want to talk about a little. I would say in the grand scheme of video game kerfuffles, this was a minor kerfuffle.
I want to make this
but
area less noisy
Marvel
as well, so
Rivals, which is the Overwatch Marvel game, has had some positive impressions from folks who got to play early builds of it and sort of played a little early. However, in their contract, they were stated that they can't say anything negative about the game, and so that was very quickly a what are we doing here? And then our main topic, obviously, if we're just covering the AAA space, there's a lot of doom and gloom. Even the AA space, I feel like there's a lot of doom and gloom this year. However, we wanted to shine a positive light on what a year for indies. So I feel like last year
How's the single A space doing?
Is that what indies are? Just one A?
No, I'm asking you. You said triple. You said double. How's the single?
No, I don't know anything about the A's. I use these letters and I don't understand them. It's all very
What about
confusing.
the quadruple A space?
But this has been. I mean, we're not even halfway through the year yet, and I think it has been historic. A historic year for indies. So we're gonna be talking about that. How are you guys doing? Is everyone doing well?
I have a new fence in my yard finally. After months of
Finally, Fence Cast 2024 can begin. What are you gonna do with your fence first?
Stare at it.
Immediately have buyer's remorse and be like, I should have got a higher fence.
I could be like the dogs and go pee on it and mark my territory.
Get a bigger one.
Oh.
Get a bigger fence. Yeah,
that is true.
Screw the 6 foot. I want a 10-foot fence.
Yeah. Oh God. Get a moat and everything. Get a couple little buttresses on the sides. Frost, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. Trying to find time to play some of these games. Like you said, every time I play one, another Hydra head comes out. This is disgusting. It's the indie Hydra.
We played that. Oh my God, I already forgot the name of it. Heading Out. Was that the game I just played with Yahtzee an hour ago? I believe it was called Heading Out.
Heading Out.
Escapade.
Interesting game. We finished like our first run in the hour, and then we realized that the game's got some time loop nonsense going on. So we're like, oh, I gotta learn more. Could this be a 12 minutes like? There's no way to know.
Oh no.
There probably is a way to know. The dev was in chat, and I don't think it was a 12 minutes like. Yeah, but even like we'll get to it in the main topic, but even I feel like there's now tiers of the indie games.
I think there's always tiers,
Yeah, but this year it's like really sort of prominent in the these are like the ones that everyone's talking about. These are the ones that are selling well but are kind of niche. These are the ones that are reviewing well who are only for the gremlins, and these are the ones that you really need to like be a truffle pig and start digging in the dirt to find. And let me tell you, I like my truffle pig games. Some of my favorite games. Do you guys want to get into some of this news? Do you want to get into some of this ubiquitous software? Well, Casey's not here.
Oh yeah. Now we could slander it. All right. No holds barred.
Say whatever we want now.
Let's start with the negative of Ubisoft.
Okay.
Well, I guess perceived negative, which is the
shit
Division
on
Heartland
Ubisoft first.
was kind of unceremoniously canceled at the bottom of like a press release / financial earnings report. Nestled under a lot of excitement over the announcement of a new Assassin's Creed game coming out this fall. Nick, you were kind of saying how it feels like this is kind of indicative of a greater trend in the games industry of sort of the move away from a kind of free-to-play model. So, I guess what do you see of this as someone who plays a lot of one of Ubisoft's live service games?
Yeah, I think in general, Ubisoft out of all of them had 12 free-to-play games in development that they've canceled pretty much all of them. Ghost Recon Frontline.
That's a lot of money
Division
down the
Heartland.
drain.
They had a Battle Royale game that I forget what it was called, Hyperscape.
I wonder if Microsoft will buy them.
They had that sports game, Project Q, they were working on. They've got Roller Thump.
That roller derby game.
And I don't think anybody plays it. I mean, that's 5 games. Yeah, no, it's out there. It got released. But that's like five games that we know about that have all been shut down and canceled. And it's I think Ubisoft is like going back to just premium only and sticking with For Honor and Siege and Division, their successful franchises that they already have instead of trying to go all in on this shit.
You say that.
Say the Division. Isn't that the game that got canceled?
Well, the Division Heartland wasn't like the Division 3 or anything. It was a spin-off kind of battle royale-esque PvE. It was like a bigger take on the Dark Zone, basically, from the Division games.
Flyover state game. That's the problem. Don't set it in the Heartland. You got to set it in one of those coastal cities.
Yeah, but I mean, like EA's shut down pretty much all of their live service free-to-play stuff that isn't Apex Legends.
Well, you say this, but X Defiant comes out next week.
That one did really well on its beta numbers wise. Like, there's quite a big audience waiting for that game. Whether it has legs, we'll see.
Me.
But, yeah, I don't know.
We're gonna play it next week. That's what we're gonna do.
Oh no! Is that a threat?
I mean, I played the beta. It wasn't terrible.
Its name is really bad. What are we doing?
Its name is the worst name I've ever heard for a video game.
Sounds like a bad chair, gaming chair.
It sounds like a bad chair.
Sony, Ubisoft's canceled pretty much a lot of their free-to-play live service games. EA's canceled most of theirs. Sony's canceled a handful of them, including the Last of Us one. And they pretty much all they have left right now is Concord and Fair Games with the $sign, and Marathon. Yeah, it's Bungie. Yep. Eric mentioned in the chat, Hyenas canceled by Sega. So, I think that wave of free to play, giving away all this work for free and hoping that microtransactions are gonna do it. I think we're gonna go right back into premium, $40 multiplayer games. At least they get some money back if they fail.
Yeah. Or make your big $70 single player games that are also packed to the gills with various ways to spend money on ultimate editions and season passes and Helix bucks or whatever the fuck that was part of the. I guess we can move into the Assassin's Creed thing. Is so Assassin's Creed Shadows got fully revealed. It is coming out November 15th on PC and current gen consoles. It, as expected, takes place in feudal Japan. It takes place right around the same period as Shogun does, the end of the 1500s, and you play as dual protagonists. One, a samurai, Yasuke, who's the first playable historical figure in the series, and you play as a shinobi as well. So I guess it's kind of the best of both worlds of, do you want to slink in the shadows and do cool assassination kills, or do you want to do big old melee combats? And the stuff, the cinematic trailer they showed, again, I feel like you should also show gameplay, but we'll see that in like 3 weeks at Ubisoft Forward. But everything that they've said so far, and everything that some folks who got to see a little bit more, they're saying all the right things. That being said, Ubisoft is very good with their AAA games of saying all the right things on the road to launch.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. Assassin's Creed is like one of those comfort food series for me at this point. Like, I like historical games, and so they scratch that itch for me every year they come out. Aside from Mirage, weirdly enough, as much as I wanted to go back to traditional Assassin's Creed, Mirage has not clicked for me.
It also, I think a bad year. It came out in 2023, which was the year of the banger AAAs.
Yeah,
and it's like, if you're not a banger AAA, you gotta get out of the AAA race that year.
But a lot of IGN did like this 40 details you need to know article that, I was excited for this Assassin's Creed game, but after I read that article, then I got actually interested in it, because a lot of the details in here are focused on stealth and parkour. Like it seems like they're almost taking a lot of inspiration from Splinter Cell. You'll be able to go prone and crawl around. You can destroy lights. They talked about upgrading the engine, and that like a lot of objects in the world actually react to you, which is something I think that's been hugely missing from most Assassin's Creed games. Lots of physics simulation. Weather can be used to mask your approach and stealth, like a whole weather system, even more interactive NPC systems, period accurate weapons. It's kind of sounding to me like they're maybe doing like a middle ground of like the health bar and like old school kind of Arkham combat they used to do, as there'll be like breakable armor on more heavily armored characters. So I mean, there's a lot of little details in there. It's really worth reading that article to kind of see all the differences. But it sounds like, I don't know, what I took away from that is like they're hitting that middle ground of a Mirage and the more RPG heavy Valhalla, stuff like that.
Oh God.
Where are you, hey, Frost? Where are you on the? Where are you currently in your relationship with Ubisoft, the big old AAA open world games?
God, I liked them when they were more on like to the blockbuster side of all things. I don't come here for accuracy at all. I think that's why Mirage was just absolute doo-doo. It did not feel like, hey, we're back to the basics. It's like, no, this feels like the reason I didn't really care for the new RPG ones, dressed up like the old ones. Plus, it's a guy I don't really care about with a story that I give no shits about. So I'm very much in that vein of like my favorite are obviously the first one, the ones with Ezio, Black Flags, and then who was it? The twins in Syndicate. Right? I'm very much more there for the story. On top of the setting, I've been wanting this Japan one for who knows how long.
Sure, yeah.
In the chat, we're saying the leaks were correct. We've been saying the Japanese Ubisoft game was coming every year for the last 14 years or something like that. Eventually, we're gonna get it right. We got them. You know,
it is funny though that it comes after Ghost of Tsushima sort of was like, hey, we can do an Assassin's Creed in Japan, and it's really cool. And people really like it. And there's like a heavy rumors that we might get a Tsushima 2 reveal at the next PlayStation Showcase, which would be about that time because it came out 4 years ago. So it's just funny that we could, we got Rise of the Ronin earlier this year. We'll have this at the end of the year, and then possibly get a glimpse of Tsushima, which probably wouldn't come out till next year anyways. But yeah, like I said, the game looks really cool.
It's cool.
And I don't.
No, this isn't going to be for like Xbox One and PS4.
No, it's next gen only.
Yeah,
next gen only.
Gen.
So like,
Can't call it next gen anymore.
Right, yeah, I guess current gen finally.
Current gen, I guess.
Jeez.
Yeah. So there, I feel like this might be the one where they're like, all right, we got to do something crazy. Japan, no.
Yeah, and it's Ubisoft Quebec, who was the team who did AC Odyssey, which I liked. I mean, even though it was just a big RPG, I still liked it. So if this is kind of paring it down and finding a nice middle ground between Valhalla, which felt like it was just too much right away, and the sort of
I'm gonna go do one more co-op and then go to sleep.
Mirage,
it's getting late here.
I think it's cool. I think like and Ubisoft, assuming neither of them slips, has like a pretty big 1-2 combo in the fall with Star Wars Outlaws on August 30th. By speaking of the Division, Ubisoft Massive, the team behind the
Ubisoft put a black samurai and girl as heroes in the Shogun era.
Which
I know, right?
These are two of the first big.
They should have been Norwegian
plant their flag
instead.
In the sand for the fall, and so yeah, I'm excited to see more of them. Which again, I imagine that'll be at the Ubisoft Direct. Or Ubisoft
I don't know enough about
Monday, June 10th.
The samurai
screenshots. I made a note of it on Twitter. It looks like they actually got faces right for the very first time in an Ubisoft game.
I think, like, art-wise, I think they've nailed it.
Oh yeah,
I think they've done a good job with the art.
Weirdly animated faces.
So I don't really care about the politics around it.
The screenshots for Shadow is like, oh wow, those actually look like people.
Yeah, I mean they've like never hit that sort of like crazy.
I just don't like how they're all speaking English. They really should have hired some good Japanese voice actors.
Some of the older Assassin's Creed games, they actually had better.
That would have like really elevated the game.
Yeah,
Unity.
Yeah, when there was like, oh man, Unity.
Like everyone watches anime with
Unity, the wrong side of the stick. Not me. I gave it a 7.
I liked
Unity too. 7.
Even with his bugs.
Be quiet. Everyone watches like anime with like the Japanese language and subs, right? I'm hoping like no one watches it with dubs because DLC prep. Where is DLC prep has returned to the world? Yeah, like everyone watches anime with Japanese voice and English subtitles. That should be like the same thing with the like a Japanese themed game. That was my main takeaway from it, from watching the trailer. This is gonna suck. I don't like fighting fire giant on this build. It's not fun. What is he doing? Oh, he's summoning Alexander. Whoa, what the heck was that? Funny how HO is censored, so it's like LY Confessor. It's so distracting how names are censored in this game. What? Assassin's Creed is dead. They could have just named their game anything else. Nothing would change. Ah! Oh my god. I did not dodge that. I survived because it didn't hit me. I'm doing some decent damage though, I guess. Roll. Oh god. Okay. Elevation. Elevation saved me. Ooh. Please don't land on me. Oh god. Okay. Well. Gotta activate this thing. Whoop. Right up the asshole. Nice. Well done. Okay, guys, that's... I gotta go to sleep. Was fun. We'll be back tomorrow for some more Infestacy. Take care, guys.